Good morning. Good morning. It is a great day in Nigeria. It's a great day in Lagos. It's a great day right here in the Fantasia Ballroom at the Eco Hotels. Is it a great day? Do you agree? You're sure? So why is it a great day? What makes it great? Fantastic. I hear we're celebrating women. And any day we celebrate women is a great day. Any day we speak about matters that would make women stronger, more powerful, not for power's sake only, but for the betterment of wherever we find ourselves, the community at large, business interests, and Nigeria, then that is a great day. So welcome and good morning. Great to see you. Great to have you here today. Nigerian Women in Oil and Gas Conference and Mentorship Program. We've been looking forward to today, and here we are. Just to keep us abreast of some of the safety procedures to be aware of, let's not take them for granted. This is the Fantasia Ballroom. We have 3 exits. The main one through which you came in, there's another one at the back to my left, which is your right. And there's one behind the stage, which also leads to the restrooms. We do not expect any incidents. We don't expect any fire drills. So if there is any emergency, we'd use any of these exits out straight to the front of the hotel, which is the muster point. Once again, we don't expect any one of them. There are restrooms behind the stage to the door on my right, which is your left. There's a door right behind the stage, leads to the restrooms. Anytime you need, please ensure to make your way there. Ushers are wearing green. Lovely ladies in green, please wave your hands. If you need attention at any time, please reach out to any one of them. We have a medical team on hand provided by the hotel. Should we have any medical emergency, we do not expect, but just in case. Also, I like to sing this part. Personal belongings are personal. Should I sing it again? Personal belongings are personal. Why? Many times at events, we say, oh, I can't find my phone. I go, oh, wow, it's not a community property, actually. Not like we're trying to be insensitive. It's yours. Please put it in your pocket, in your bag, and if should you leave your seat at any time, hold on to your personal belongings so that we don't hear stories that touch. We're celebrating women, and that's all we want to do. We want to talk about the things that gathered us and no other incidents. Please check your phones, see if they're silent right now or on vibrate mode so that we don't interrupt the conversations that will go on through the course of the day. We have pens and notepads in the conference bags that have been given to each and every one of us, so please do well to check and use them. We also ensure that when we join the different sessions and it's time for Q&A, please engage fully and don't take the questions home. Let's ensure that we ask them here. My name is Joyce Daniels, and I'm honored to be Master of Ceremonies. Allow me at this time to introduce some of our dignitaries in the room as we go into the order of the day. If you'd like me to proceed, please say proceed. Thank you so much. We appreciate the Honorable Minister of State, Petroleum Resources, Oil, and Chairman of the Governing Council, Nigeria Content Development and Monitoring Board, NCDMB, Senator Henneken Lukpobiri. Please appreciate him. He's not seated here, but we appreciate him. The Executive Secretary, NCDMB, Engineer Felix Omashola Ogbe, who is very ably represented by General Manager Midstream, Sonia Lekoma Fima. Good morning, ma'am. Acting Director, Planning, Research and Statistics, NCDMB, Mr. Eine Ete, also ably represented by GM, General Manager, Research and Development, Mr. Salah Tesser. Good morning and welcome. We celebrate and appreciate the Special Advisor to the President, Energy, Mrs. Olu Verheyen, whom we will watch on screen shortly. Please appreciate this. The Commission Chief Executive, Nigeria Upstream Petroleum Regulatory Commission, Mrs. Orishemeyiwa Eyeson, who is joining us virtually. Good morning, ma'am. If you hear us right now, we say thank you. The chairperson, Nigeria Content Consultative Forum Diversity Sectoral Working Group, Dr. Alero Onosode, who we would also call our Mama Bear and Chief Host. Good morning, ma'am. Members of the sectoral working group here present, we say good morning and welcome. Chairman of the Planning Committee, Ms. Michelle Branco Ayebusi, good morning, ma'am. Our session moderators here present, who we will experience in the course of the day, good morning. Our session speakers, we say thank you for honoring our invitation always. All invited guests and delegates, good morning. Press, members of the press, the fourth estate of the realm. Without you, the world won't know what's happening in here. So we say thank you and good morning. To welcome us officially, give us the address, tell us more about what to expect. Please join me very warmly, receive our chairman, the NCCF Diversity Sector Working Group, Dr. Alero Onosode. If your hands are still energetic, empowered, strong, please make her feel very welcome. Yes, she has gathered us, but we are grateful to her for making it happen. Good morning, ma'am.
Thank you very much, Joyce. And good morning. And it's morning. I know in my speech I said afternoon. It's morning. Good morning, distinguished guests. I would like to say a very big welcome to you this morning. And I would like to establish all protocols. It's really an honor to be with you today. And I would like to say a very big thank you. I think as the MC already started, I would like to say a very big thank you to the Honorable Minister of State for Petroleum Resources and the Chairman of the NCDMB Board, Senator Enikin Lokpobiri, and also to the Special Advisor to the President of the Federal Republic on Energy and Petroleum Matters, Mrs. Olu Vahayan. And to our host, he wanted to be here because we really dragged him to be here. But he had conflicting meetings, but he's ably represented. And that's the Executive Secretary of the Nigerian Content Development and Monitoring Board, Engineer Felix Omashola-Ogbe. It's really a pleasure to have him support us on this journey that we have been on. I would like to say a big thank you to our regulator and the Commission Chief Executive for NUPRC, Mrs. Meiwa Eyesa. She's been very supportive, and I'm glad that she's able to join us, albeit virtually, this morning. I'd like to say a big thank you to the representatives of our NCDMB leaders. I think it's always a pleasure to have sisters in the room. And so, Tasila, Sonia, really a pleasure to have you here. And I'm glad you are able to join us. I'm glad it's women to women. So there are some things we'll say here today that probably would have kept our tongue in cheek if the setting was a bit different. I'm really pleased and delighted to have you. And to all the women in the room, and to those who are here and those who are on their way, I'd like to say welcome this morning. I'll call you our distinguished guests and our trailblazers. It's been a real honor to be on this journey with you and to welcome you today. Permit me this morning, there's a speech in your booklet. I might deviate from the speech. I think we can all read that later, but as much as possible, I would like to see how we can make this real and personal this morning. First is to welcome you to the 2026 Women in Oil and Gas Conference, sponsored by NCDMB and through the NCCF and the Diversity Sectorial Working Group. As I said in my speech, today is not just a celebration of progress, of leadership, but of possibilities as well. I think as I reflect on the journey, the last time we had this conference was in 2022. It was meant to be biannual. It's 4 years later, but all things with Providence works well, and it works for our good, because we've been trying to hold this meeting in March for so long to make sure we celebrate it alongside the International Women's Day. But for some reason, March appears full. But this day we found ourselves pushed and pushed and pushed into the very first working days of the month of March, and being able to kick off the celebration of women around the world. So really, all things are working well for us and working for our good. But I think the most important piece for me is, having you in the room continues to signal our commitment to driving inclusion within the oil and gas sector. But the most important part for me is when I look back over the last 4 years and the change in the landscape that we have seen within the sector. Really laudable progress. One is that we see our sector coming alive, and there's a lot of activity. We see a lot of indigenous players in the room and making room for ourselves, even as Nigerian women in the play. But it's also been a change in the landscape as we look at how women have progressed over those 4 years. For the first time, we're having the advisor is female, regulator is female. Almost every boardroom you go into, there are women. CEOs are women. You see on some of the boards, even those who are listed, there are women on the boards. Every conversation has a woman in the room. I look at the landscape, whether it's NNPC you're looking at, whether it's Seplat, whether it's Aradel, whether it's Renaissance, there are women shifting things in all of those organizations. And that, for me, I think is worth everything that we've been on this journey, just to begin to see the shift happening across the industry. And then as well as you look around, you see women running their own businesses and doing big things in the industry. You have the heroes of this world running across the value chain and establishing new things. So clearly, the landscape has shifted. Is it where it needs to be? Probably not. There's probably room for growth, but I think we should celebrate how far we have come on the journey already. And I think a lot of this, of course, is also due to the activities that you see with a lot of the female networks. There's quite a lot of push, there's quite a lot of advocacy in the discourse, whether you're looking at WIEN, WIOG, Women in LPG, everybody is driving hard to be part of what is happening because the frontiers have truly opened and the opportunities ahead of us are immense. And so I would like for each and every one of us who is in the room today that as we get involved in the conversations today, we are positioned and poised to take our own space in the journey and the emerging future that is ahead of us. Because clearly, things are moving. You want to say it to yourself. Things are moving. And we will not miss the train even while we are here together. And so as we look at the theme for this year, we said is building bridges and empowering energy prosperity for the future. The bridges are important. One of the things that we'll know as we continue the discourse is nobody gets there by themselves. It is not a one-person journey. It's not a one-person story. And more than ever before, it's important that we do collaborate, that we build the bridges that are necessary to bring us into that future. As I look at the success so far, I mentioned a lot of the women's network is about them coming together. But I believe that in the discourse today, there is even more opportunity for us to come together even more and be able to make major impacts. In our different groups, there are some things we cannot shift. But when we all collectively put our voices and our weight behind it, then we can begin to see major shifts within the sector. Over the years, there have been some progress, but there is room for us to make monumental progress. And I think as we talk about that diversity, it's about how we work with each other, but it's also about how we work with institutions. It's also about how we work with our male colleagues. We're not going to get to where we're going if all we do is think about ourselves. We're going to have to reach out, we're going to have to build those bridges, and we're going to have to think long-term on this journey. As we discussed, is about prosperity for the future. It is not just today. Particularly as women, we carry the next generation and we carry life that goes forward. So we must always think, not just for ourselves, not just for the next bag or shoe that we buy, we must think about establishing for the future what will sustain, even the energy provision in this country for generations to come. And that is how our conversation begins to change. When we position ourselves as problem solvers, then we can begin to see the difference that we are able to make as a group. So I'm trusting that all the conversations we'll have today will help shift our thinking in terms of thinking big and thinking long term, and thinking about the legacy and the impact that will make for the future. Of course, as we go through this discourse, we will not be here having this conversation if not for some of the hard work that some individuals have put into the meeting. And I know that I might not get another opportunity later on today, but I really must say a big thank you to my colleagues on the NCCF. We've been together 6 years on this journey, and in those 6 years, we've made some progress, room for more, but I really want to celebrate you and all the hard work that has gone into this so far. I think as I look back and I was reflecting, what are some of the things that we've been able to do? One is we've stayed together, which is always important, particularly when we're working together as a group. We've stayed together, so for that, I'm really grateful that we've managed to find ways of working amongst ourselves. Another of those would be the program we've been running with the Lagos Business School over the last 2 years, and we're hoping that we can repeat that again this year. I'm looking at my NCDMB colleagues for the funding. So we've been running the leadership, the women's leadership program with LBS, and that has been super impactful. Particularly when you see the level of activity that follows the learning. It's one thing for you to go into a classroom, another thing for you to be able to apply the learning, and you see a lot of drive and activity in that regard. So for that, I'm extremely grateful, and I'm hoping that we can run that as well this year. Another area we've been focusing on, and that is one of the reasons why tomorrow we'll be having day 2, which is really looking at building the pipeline and focusing on women into the industry, whether they're in STEM or otherwise. How do we continue to encourage that generational transfer and equipping them from the beginning? Many of us came into the sector surprised. Hopefully we support the next generation such that they don't come in surprised, but they come in equipped to face the challenges and to succeed in the world that is ahead of them. So that is really another area that we're hoping that we can, in the future, build a lot more strength around. But there's something we have struggled with over the last few years, and that has been getting the database of women within oil and gas, just knowing who is who and what we're doing, because one of the key things we'll be discussing is about how do we get women involved in the opportunities that are ahead of us. And for us to do that, we need to know what people are skilled at doing, what their interests are, and begin to build that database. So what I'm hoping for is, even if we can't get the big bang, at least today there will be 100 women passing through this room. Let's start with that 100. So we will be giving you a form to fill. Later in the course of the day, we'll put up the QR code. Just provide us that data. Let's start here. You can then share it amongst your female colleagues and other people in your network, but we need to begin to build that database, albeit organically. And I'm hoping that as we go through the rest of the day, new ideas will come through as to what it is that we need to be working on. So today is first about celebration. Give yourselves a round of applause once more. It is about celebrating the journey that we have been on. It is about being expectant of the future that is ahead of us. And it is about us coming together and asking, what more do we need to do to drive that future? Again, today I must say a very big thank you to Michelle Branco Ayegbusi. She has done an outstanding job leading a committee of other women to pull this conference together. And I really want to say thank you for doing all the hard work. She's done all the heavy lifting with the committee, and I want to acknowledge that. I would say everything that's worked well today, I give full credence and kudos to Michelle and the team. Anything that you're not happy about, I take responsibility for. And I already apologize in advance for that. So really, thank you so much. I hope you have a great time today. I'm looking forward to it. I'm looking forward to the learning. I'm looking forward to meeting Some of you in the room that I haven't met before, but at the end of the day, I'm looking forward to the impact that we can make collectively as we go forward. Thank you.
Yes, thank you so much. Please, once again, appreciate our chair. From her days at Shell International to SPDC to CEPLA to AAO to SALAC to NCCF, she's always been about building people, building systems, and ensuring that there's sustainability. You are still clapping. Thank you. Dr. Alero Onosode, we thank you so much for continuing to have this in her heart. When she started talking about the wins so far, I was like, yes. Because I'm sure somebody's saying, all this talk, is it really working? She had to highlight that, yes, it's working. And so we continue until we see the numbers that we want, and we will not stop. Once again, please appreciate Dr. Alero Onosode, Chairman, NCCF Diversity Sectoral Working Group. Our next speaker, who has ensured that she is present regardless of her schedule that we know is crazily busy. She's a bridge builder, a policy expert, energy and business expert, and today she serves the president as special advisor, energy and petroleum matters. Please join us, very warmly receive on video, Mrs. Olu Verheyen.
And supported in execution. Retention is not about accommodation. It is about opportunity and accountability. On the third pillar, leadership and intentional policy reform. You see, representation at the top does not happen accidentally. It is often the result of very deliberate regulatory design. We have clear domestic precedent. The Central Bank of Nigeria introduced corporate governance guidelines and sustainable banking principles that set a minimum target of approximately 30% female representation on bank boards, alongside aspirational thresholds of about 40% female representation in senior management. Crucially, these were not symbolic statements. They were embedded in regulatory expectations, reporting frameworks, and supervisory oversight. Over time, this intentional policy approach contributed to measurable improvements in female representation across banking leadership. That progress did not happen by chance. It happened because the regulator signaled very clearly that diversity in leadership is a governance and performance issue, not merely a social one. Our sector can learn from that template. If we believe, as global evidence shows, that diverse leadership teams are more resilient and better performing, then inclusion has to be embedded into governance codes, reporting standards, and institutional incentives. Policy scales excellence. So I am committed that my office will work with the Women in Energy Network, this diversity sectoral working group, and other sector regulators, including our CCE, who is also female. These figures do not reflect a talent deficit. The midstream NMDPRA in over 2 decades in this industry, I have seen no capacity gap that is attributable to gender. Responsible sector-appropriate frameworks that can accelerate female participation and leadership. This may include governance guidance on board diversity, leadership representation benchmarks, reporting and disclosure mechanisms, procurement and local content inclusion metrics. These objectives are not quota-driven tokenism. They are structured inclusion that strengthen our sector performance. To whom much is given, much is expected. Those of us in leadership must model excellence and build systems that ensure excellence is not constrained by gender. We do not gather to lament underrepresentation. We gather to design systems that will outlast us. If we strengthen the pipeline, support retention and growth, embrace intentional policy reform, Nigeria's energy sector will not only become inclusive, it will become more competitive, more innovative, and more resilient. This is not about optics. It's about governance. It's about performance. It is about national development and the responsibility, the opportunity that rests with us. Thank you. If we want more women negotiating upstream contracts, ladies and gentlemen, power utilities, it is an honor to address you at the third edition of the NCCF Diversity Sectorial Working Group Annual Conference. I begin by expressing my regret that I'm unable to be with you in person. The next best thing is to share this recorded keynote address. So we have moved beyond asking whether women belong in this sector. The question now is how to accelerate progress structurally, intentionally, and measurably. If we're serious about empowering women in Nigeria's energy sector, our work must rest on three pillars: pipeline, retention and growth, and leadership through intentional policy. On the first point, according to data shared by Women in Energy Network, they were here visiting a few days ago, women now account for less than a fifth of Nigeria's energy workforce and roughly a quarter of leadership roles. Less than 2% of companies registered on Logic JQS are women-owned. Only about 1 in 6 STEM enrollees are female. These figures do not reflect a talent deficit. In over 2 decades in this industry, I have seen no capacity gap that is attributable to gender. What we face are structural barriers: access to networks, capital, recruitment pipelines, and early exposure. A ladder only works if it's reachable. We must therefore be very deliberate in expanding STEM participation. We have to formalize internship pathways, strengthen technical training, and institutionalize transparent recruitment practices. If we widen the entry point intentionally, the numbers will follow. On the second point, retention and growth. Mentorship, sponsorship, and responsibility. You see, recruitment without progression is cosmetic. Capable women must not only enter the energy sector, they must thrive, deliver, and advance. This requires structured mentorship, active sponsorship, access to assignments, and P&L accountability, fair procurement and capital access, transparent performance-based promotion criteria. Mentorship advises, sponsorship advocates. Too often, women receive guidance but not advocacy. If we want more women negotiating upstream contracts, leading power utilities, chairing boards, or shaping policy, they must be entrusted with real responsibility and supported in execution. Retention is not about accommodation. It is about opportunity and accountability. On the third pillar, leadership and intentional policy reform. You see, representation at the top does not happen accidentally. It is often the result of very deliberate regulatory design. We have clear domestic precedent. The Central Bank of Nigeria introduced corporate governance guidelines and sustainable banking principles that set a minimum target of approximately 30% female representation on bank boards, alongside aspirational thresholds of about 40% female representation in senior management. Crucially, these were not symbolic statements. They were embedded in regulatory expectations, reporting frameworks, and supervisory oversight.
Joining us also virtually is a woman who we celebrate this morning, who has risen to the top of the crop in her space, and she's making us proud, not just because she's a woman, but she's a woman with sabi. Because there's been the issue of, well, we want to put women there, but, are they really good? Do they really have sense? They go to school. They don't say it that way, but it's almost like that's what they're saying. She fits, she go fits. This one that's about to join us, she fits. She's sabi. She fits well. She's a fitter. Fitting. Bridge builder per excellence. And we welcome her today for her keynote, Rising to Lead, a call to women to step forward, take their place, and expand opportunities across the energy value chain. She's the Chief Executive Officer, NUPRC. Please welcome Mrs. Orisha Meiwa Eyeson, who has ensured She has joined us from across mountains, seas, and oceans. We welcome you, ma'am. Good morning.
Good morning, and thank you very, very much. I'm indeed honored to be amongst the best and the greatest women on the planet. It's a pity that I'm not able to join you physically, but you can be rest assured that not only am I joining you virtually, I am very much in that room with you in spirit. I have a prepared speech, and I'll just try and go through the speech, and we will hang on for a bit to join you, even though my schedule today is really, really crazy. I must commend again the great work that you women have done in the past, holding out even in the face of challenges. That is who you are. You are the greatest of the greatest. So I will go to my speech. Distinguished guests, industry leaders, development partners, colleagues, and the remarkable women shaping Nigeria's energy sector. Good morning. It is my pleasure to address this important gathering at a defining moment for the industry, for the nation, and our continent. I thank the organizers for creating a space that brings together leadership, purpose, and vision at such a critical moment for our continent. Today's theme, building bridges, empowering women for a sustainable energy future, is both inspiring and strategic. It recognizes that sustainability is not only about molecules, megawatts, markets, but about people and leadership. Across Nigeria and African continent, energy is not just an industry. It is a development imperative. It determines whether businesses grow, whether hospitals function, whether young people find opportunity, and whether our economies are competitive. As we navigate energy security, gas development, power generation, renewables, and the broader energy transition, one truth is clear. Africa cannot afford to leave women out of this transformation. As mentioned by the essay to energy, this imperative is very obvious. And also Alero, in our opening remarks, it's imperative that women must be at the fore of the transformation. Yet across much of the energy value chain, from upstream operations to power, infrastructure, policy, and executive leadership, women remain underrepresented. This is not because women lack competence or ambition. It is because access, visibility, and opportunity have not always been evenly distributed. With over 30 years in the industry, I have sat in many boardrooms, and in most instances, it is me and the men. And I think that narrative is changing. The commission, like you all know, has been a men's-only club. And for the first time in the history of Nigeria, I'm sitting here as the CCE, and that is clear that the narrative is changing. And it has not come by just mere wishing it. It has come by the hard work that you women in this room have put into the struggle. If Africa is to build a resilient, inclusive, and sustainable energy future, women must be at the center of leadership and decision-making. For decades now, I beg your pardon, for decades now, women have meaningfully contributed to Nigeria's oil and gas sector across the value chain. Therefore, the question before us today is not whether women belong in the energy sector, but whether we are prepared to lead it, shape it, and transform it. There's the need to advance from support roles into decision-making roles, evolve from functional expertise into enterprise leadership, and extend our influence from operational competence, operational excellence into strategic authority. Nigeria's energy ambitions under the PRA 2021, from production optimization, gas expansion, domestic value addition through global competitiveness, require the full utilization of our national talent pool of leaders who understand governance, capital discipline, technical risk, sustainability, stakeholder management, and the like. Thus, we cannot afford structural underrepresentation. From a regulatory standpoint, our responsibility goes beyond licensing and compliance. We must promote fair participation, transparent processes, accountability, and inclusive economic participation. However, inclusion is not a social concession. It is a competitive imperative. And except we take deliberate steps to make this happen, then the challenge continues. The value chain is not a ladder, but a network. And women must occupy key points of influence within that network. This is not the time to retreat to the sidelines. If we build bridges intentionally, empower women structurally, and expand opportunities across the energy value chain, we will not only strengthen the position of women in the industry, we will strengthen Nigeria's energy future. To the women here today, engineers, lawyers, geoscientists, financiers, entrepreneurs, regulators, and future leaders, this is your moment. This is our moment. Too often, women wait to be invited into leadership. We wait to feel ready enough or qualified enough. Meanwhile, the industry moves on. Leadership does not require perfection. It requires courage. It requires confidence. And I dare say, confidence is not the absence of fear. It is the courage to move forward despite it. And I can tell you that is real because I am a living testimony of moving through the ranks and holding on, even despite my fears of, am I qualified enough? But being resilient and being confident that I will still go ahead regardless. The future of Nigeria's energy sector will not be fully realized unless women rise deliberately, visibly, and strategically to lead across the entire energy value chain. In conclusion, let me leave you with this message. To the women of Nigeria and Africa as a whole, rise, step forward, lead with confidence, and bring others with you. To leaders and institutions, create space, share power, act intentionally. And to all of us shaping Africa's energy future, let us build an industry that reflects our people, our potential, and our promise. Let this be the decade where women do not merely participate in Nigeria's energy story. Let this be the decade where women shape it. Thank you for listening.
Our Commission Chief Executive, we thank you so much for your intervention. We thank you for making time to be with us, for your encouragement, for the direction. And we promise you one thing. I'm speaking on behalf of all the women who are here today. Can she see us? We promise you we will make you proud. We promise you we will join hands with you in shaping the culture for the future, for sustainability in our industry. Yes? Yes. Please appreciate Mrs. Orishameyiwa Eyeson. Thank you so much, Commission Chief Executive of the NUPRC. All the best in the rest of your dealings today, ma'am. We wish you well. Yes, I do need help of a man to move this back on stage. Why? Anatomically speaking, I have BSc anatomy. You have stronger muscles. Come and help me lift it up. I have plenty brain power not to be lifting something up and down. You know why? Some women are trying to prove that we are men. We are not men, no, physically. We are women. Doesn't mean that we're trying to be at the table and then we now become, you know what? Ogologo, muscular. No. When we need help of men because of the capacity that they have that we may not have, why not? And if you lift weights and you decide you want to lift it by yourself, then very well. But it's not by force. Thank you. Okay, yes, that's it. Please appreciate the wonderful men for the work that they do. When Auntie Alera was speaking earlier, she had said, we're not just working with ourselves and by ourselves. We have to think about how we collaborate with men for productivity. That we're elevating women doesn't mean we're putting men down. No, it's never ever the agenda at all. It's how can we work together. I speak, he lifts, And it's a wonderful relationship. Thank you. Collaboration. Somebody say na collabo. Na collabo. Should I sing it? No, I won't sing it today. All right. Distinguished guests, I'm honored to welcome up to speak for keynote address, Navigating the Energy Transition Opportunities for Women. He is the Acting Director, Planning, Research, and Statistics. And today, he is ably represented by one of our own sisters and leading woman. She's the General Manager, Research and Development at the Nigerian Content Development and Monitoring Board. Please welcome Mr. Salah Tesser for the keynote address. Keep clapping till she gets here. Welcome. Good morning.
Good morning. Good morning to the Honorable Minister, our amiable Chief Operating Officer of the NUPRC, the Special Advisor to the President, and all the lovely ladies in the room. Good morning, sisters. I like to say it that way. First, I'd like to acknowledge that everybody in this room is looking really, really, really beautiful. A round of applause to everyone. It's my pleasure and I think great honor to be in this room. And I thank my director for the privilege to be here today. Mr. Enete, our director PRS, is very busy. Unfortunately, he couldn't join us here today, but he sent his very warm wishes to everyone here. And also his commitment to continue to support the NCCF diversity group. So he has sent me here to read his speech, and I'll just go ahead and do that. Distinguished guests, industry leaders, trailblazers, brilliant women shaping the future of energy, good morning. It is an honor to stand before this esteemed gathering dedicated to celebrating and advancing the contributions of women in the oil and gas industry. Today, we're not just discussing inclusion, we're acknowledging a movement that is redefining the global energy landscape. Across the world, women are increasingly taking their place in technical leadership and entrepreneurial roles, which the energy sector, according to the Global Energy Workforce Studies, women make up to approximately 22 to 25% of the oil and gas workforce, significantly lower than other industries, but the number is steadily rising. In technical roles, women account for roughly 15%, and in executive positions, just about 17%, demonstrating both progress and the gap still to be bridged. Encouragingly, female enrollment in STEM fields tied to energy, engineering, geosciences, and technology has grown more than 10% in the last decade globally. These numbers reflect one truth. Women are shaping the innovation, safety, sustainability, and strategic direction of the global energy economy. In Nigeria, the NCDMB continues to play a transformative role in enhancing indigenous participation in the oil and gas sector, including targeted support for women. Notably, the NCDMB created the Women in Oil and Gas Fund, valued at $40 million US, designed to empower women and businesses across the oil and gas value chain. This fund is a testament to the board's recognition that women entrepreneurs are essential to building a diversified and resilient sector. Through the Nigerian Content Intervention Fund, the board has expanded access to finance, training, and capacity development opportunities for women-owned businesses. The board continues to integrate women into local content development frameworks, human capacity programs, and project participation plans to ensure equitable representation. NCDMB stakeholder collaborations across PETAN, NCCF, and other bodies actively reinforce the importance of women's inclusion as a critical pillar for national growth. The incentives are strategic. When women thrive, local content thrives. When local content thrives, national prosperity multiplies. In Nigeria, although women still represent a smaller share of the energy workforce, the tide is shifting. We see more women leading engineering teams, heading critical regulatory agencies, chairing working groups, and funding innovative energy enterprises. In regulatory bodies, training institutions, project management offices, and EPC fields, women are breaking stereotypes and elevating performance standards across Africa. The rise of women-led technical associations and regional collaborations is setting more tone for a more inclusive future. Women entrepreneurs often face higher barriers accessing capital. Expanding dedicated hubs like the NCDMB Women Fund will accelerate women-led innovations in fabrications, drilling services, ICT, engineering design, and more. Invest in pipeline development support for girls. Investment in pipeline development support for girls must start early. Scholarships in STEM fields, science engineering clubs at primary schools and secondary levels, national competitions that encourage girls to imagine futures in energy, and exposure to internships and industry site visits. I'm having a bit of a glitch here. Okay. Sorry. So the fund continues to strengthen mentorship and sponsorship. Sponsorship builds confidence, builds careers. We must create more structured platforms where established professionals, both men and women, champion active growth of young women in the industry. To promote women in leadership, companies must intentionally create pathways for women to rise, leadership development programs, transparent promotion criteria, gender balanced hiring panels, flexible policies that enhance career retention. Expand technical training programs. Women must be equipped not just for administrative roles, but for high-impact technical positions, offshore safety certifications, welding, fabrication, instrumentation training, digital skills, AI, data analytics, renewable energy, and transition technologies. Today, the girls sitting in classrooms across Nigeria must see energy as a space in which they belong, because they do. They must see representation, hear stories, and meet role models, and be encouraged to dream beyond traditional imitations. We must show them that the future of energy, oil and gas, renewables, hydrogen, digital operations needs their brilliance. Ladies and gentlemen, the task before us is clear: to empower women, support more girls, champion more leaders, build more innovators, mentor more rising talents, not as a favor, but because the future demands it. A world facing energy transition, climate responsibility, and technological disruption cannot afford to leave half of its talent behind. When women rise, industry arises. When women lead, nations prosper. When women innovate, the world advances. Let us continue to build an oil and gas industry that reflects the strength, intelligence, creativity, and leadership of women at every level. Let the conversations today lead to actions tomorrow, and actions that transform generations. Together, government, private sector, academia, communities, and especially the men who support the movement, we will shape an inclusive and globally competitive energy future. Thank you.
General Manager, Research and Development, NCDMB, speaking on behalf of the Acting Director, Planning, Research and Statistics. Thank you so much. Speaking about the fund that is available to women, and of course all the other things that should be in place for women to rise. Whilst you were speaking about the fund and accessing the fund, I remember a conversation a long time ago, maybe at the last conference, and the ES was saying, but many women are not coming forward to even ask for the money. Then last year, I was in a meeting and a man said something that made me say, oh, this might be the challenge. He said, do you know why many women are not able to ask for what they want? Do you know why? He said, many times we expect to be chased. We expect it to meet us where we are. He said, at the age of 25, a woman might be hearing the first no officially, professionally in her life. She applied for a job somewhere and they turned her down. First time, first in class, best in this, best in that, applied, no work. Oh my God, they rejected me. But her male counterpart has had 10 years of experience chasing. And he has been hearing no. So when they tell him no, guess what? He will apply again. Apply the next one. And I was having a conversation with a colleague of mine this morning, and she said there's a guy who chased her sister. When her sister said no, he chased her. When she said no, he said, do you have a friend? And I said to her this morning that this is the difference. We are used to it being chased. So even when the money is sitting there, say, should I go and ask? Should I ask for it? No, they should call me. When they call me, I come. When they say all of us come. Perhaps there's a woman in this room who has every qualification, all the documents, but is not asking because she's afraid of hearing no. Remember, your colleague, who is male, has had a few decades of experience at hearing no, and he's still asking. So please, ask again. Please what? Tell your sister, say, please ask again. Say, no, they keep pressing. When they say no, it does not mean you are destroyed. It means ask again. No just mean ask again, ask another opportunity, ask, knock, say, why? What do you have the conversation? The money is sitting right there waiting to support the business. So do what? Ask again. Or at least ask for the first time. Look for it. Find it. Is there truth in it? Oh, yes, there's truth in it. Goodwill from the Nigeria Content Development and Monitoring Board. When our chair, Dr. Onosode, was speaking, she says, oh, we're looking at the LBS effort, and she quickly looked at NCDMB, saying, no, you bring out the money, because you're always bringing out the monies, the support, the foundation to make it happen. Today would not have been possible again without that foundation of the Nigerian Content Development and Monitoring Board. Speaking on behalf of the Executive Secretary, Engineer Felix Omashola Ogbe. Please welcome General Manager Midstream, Madam Sonia Lekoma, female, as she makes her way to stage. If you're not yet a GM, please clap very well.
Thank you, ma'am. Welcome. Thank you very much. Okay. Looks like there's something that makes the funny. Okay. Good morning, everyone. Good morning, ma'am. I see that there are a lot of women here and few men. Please, can we clap our hands for the men who are... It was a good thing I printed this, it was a good thing I printed this speech, because this laptop would have just embarrassed me. But I'll see what to do. Okay, I'll use my paper then. Good morning. It's a privilege to be here and seeing a lot of women. I'm excited that I'm part of these women here. It's also a privilege to stand here and give this speech on behalf of my Executive Secretary, Engineer Felix Omashola Ogbe. Like she said, my name is Lekoma Sonia Femia. I'm here this morning on behalf of the Executive Secretary, Nigerian Content Development and Monitoring Board, Engineer Omashola Ogbe, to give his goodwill address at the 3rd edition of, I think this is coming up. I like to do this, okay. At the 3rd edition of the Diversity Sectorial Working Group Annual Women in Oil and Gas Conference. The chairman and members of NCCF Diversity Sectorial Working Group, distinguished industry leaders here, esteemed policy makers and partners, outstanding women shaping future of our energy industry, ladies and gentlemen. It is both an honor and privilege to address this distinguished gathering at the 3rd edition of the Diversity Sectorial Working Group Annual Women in Oil and Gas Conference. I thank the organizers for this special invitation and commend your commitment to fostering inclusion, advancing equity, and amplifying the indispensable role of women in shaping the future of our energy sector and society. The theme of this conference, Building Bridges, Empowering Women for a Sustainable Energy Future, speaks to a basic truth. The sustainability and resilience of our energy industry would depend on our ability to fully harness the talent and leadership of women. Globally, the energy industry is undergoing a profound transformation. As we navigate energy transition, technological innovation, and increasing demands for sustainability, the industry requires diverse perspectives, adaptive leadership, and inclusive participation. Women represent one of the most powerful yet historically underutilized drivers of innovation and sustainable growth in the energy sector. In Nigeria, women have demonstrated excellence across the energy value chain as engineers, geoscientists, project managers, entrepreneurs, policymakers, and executives. Yet, systemic barriers have constrained the full realization of their potential. Bridging this gap is not simply a moral imperative. It is an economic necessity. Studies consistently show that inclusive organizations are more innovative, more resilient, and more profitable. When women thrive, industries thrive. When women lead, economies grow. When women are empowered, communities prosper. Today, this is evident as my sister, Orise Meyiwa Eyeson, is the ace at NUPROC, championing the rapid transformation the industry is facing. This is why empowering women is not an isolated agenda. It is central to building a sustainable energy future. At the Nigerian Content Development and Monitoring Board, our mandate under the Nigerian Oil and Gas Industry Content Development Act is clear: to develop in-country capacity, create opportunities for Nigerians, and ensure inclusive participation across the oil and gas value chain. Women empowerment is a core pillar of our capacity development strategy. We recognize that empowering women requires deliberate, structured, and sustained interventions. Allow me to highlight some of the key initiatives through which NCDMB has actively empowered women across Nigeria. In partnership with training institutions such as Petroleum Training Institute, PTI, and other accredited centers, women trainees have acquired globally recognized certifications that enable them to compete confidently in the industry. One inspiring example is the training of women in welding and fabrication under NCDMB-sponsored programs in partnership with industrial training centers in Rivers and Bayelsa State. Several women graduates of these programs are today employed in fabrication yards, contributing directly to major oil and gas projects within Nigeria. These women are not only earning dignified livelihoods, but are also breaking stereotypes and inspiring a new generation. Recognizing that skills alone are not enough without access to capital, NCDMB established a Women in Oil and Gas Intervention Fund in partnership with the Bank of Industry. This landmark initiative was designed specifically to support female entrepreneurs in the oil and gas sector by providing access to affordable financing and business expansion support. Through this intervention, women-owned businesses have been able to procure equipment, expand their operations, and participate more actively in the oil and gas value chain. Beneficiaries include women operating in areas such as logistics and marine services, safety equipment supply, and environmental management services. This fund is helping to close the gender financing gap and enabling women to transition from participants to owners and leaders within the industry. NCDMB has also implemented targeted programs to support women entrepreneurs through vendor development and business capacity strengthening. Through our collaboration with the Nigerian Content Intervention Fund and financial institutions, women-owned companies have received business training and access financing too. We have seen women-owned companies grow from small service providers into competitive vendors supporting major oil and gas operators. These women are creating jobs, supporting families, and contributing to national economic growth. As we know, no single institution can do this alone. At NCDMB, we have built strong partnership with financial institutions such as Bank of Industry, development partners, and training institutions. These partnerships enable us to scale impact and ensure sustainability. We commend the NCCF, Diversity Sectorial Working Group, for building bridges, amplifying voices, and fostering collaboration. While we have made progress, more work is expected. We must move beyond inclusion toward leadership. We must increase representation of women in technical leadership roles, executive positions, industry boards, etc. We must also continue to invest in training, mentorship, and access to finance. And most importantly, we must sustain momentum. Ladies and gentlemen, the sustainable energy future we envision cannot be built by half the population. It requires the full participation of women, deliberate action, and sustainable investment. At NCDMB, we remain fully committed to empowering Nigerian women, strengthening local capacity, and ensuring that no one is left behind in Nigeria's energy future. Together, let us continue to empower women, build bridges, and create a sustainable, inclusive, and prosperous energy future. Thank you very much. God bless the Federal Republic of Nigeria.
I've asked the ES to please remain on stage for a photograph. Madam Chair, please come join her. Our Chairman Planning Committee, our GM Research and Development, please join up for this group photograph to say thank you for your intervention, our deep gratitude to the NCDMB. Mr. ES, ably represented, we say thank you so much for all the hard work that goes on behind the scenes to ensure that we can be here, we can enjoy growth, progress. We have other members of the NCCF Diversity Sector Working Group come on to join on stage, and we'll encounter them in the rest of the day during different sessions. We say thank you for making it happen. If you're happy to be here, these women on stage have made it happen, made it possible. Please show appreciation with a round of applause. Madam Chair will now lead us as we not only leave the stage, but we have a quick break where we'll refresh with tea, coffee, something to eat. Please be reminded, as always, if it's important to you, keep it on you whilst you move around. Your phones, you can leave your bags, I'm sure, but just keep an eye. I sang it earlier that personal belongings are personal responsibility. Thank you so much. We have about 20 minutes for this break. By 11 a.m., we'll return and we'll go into the first panel conversation for the day. 11 a.m. is return time. Tea is right here in the hall. Say hello to a woman you haven't seen in a while. Take photographs, post them, share them, put them on your status and your different social media platforms. Let the world know that we are here gathered discussing building bridges. Good morning. Sunday, I'm sure we can play some soft tunes. Thank you. Lightly. welcome back. Welcome back. We'll just give a moment for us to settle in, return to our seats. Hope you had something warm or cold to drink. Hope you were able to say hello to someone who you saw maybe recently or not too recently. Hope you got to take a photograph together to mark the remembrance. We're celebrating women. We're giving direction for growth. And we're building bridges. Welcome back. If you're ready to join me into the first panel session for today, please say, Joyce, I am ready. Okay, some people are now coming back. So if you're ready, say, we are ready. Thank you so much. And yes, we are ready. And our moderator is here, ready to lead the conversation, bridging the gender gap, leadership, technical roles, and industry culture. Please join me welcome the Managing Director, Prime Atlantic Safety Services, Folake Soyonwo, as she comes forward to stage. Over 2 decades, she's been in the oil and gas space, consulting, retail, financial services, and public sector in both Nigeria and the United Kingdom. She's known as a bridge builder, cultivating impactful relationships and partnerships with global organizations for business growth. She's seated now. Please say good morning and welcome again. Welcome. Joining her on stage, let me welcome the Managing Director, CEO, Aftrac Limited, Ms. Patricia Simon Hart. In addition to her role as MD CEO, she's also an independent non-executive director, Aradel Holdings PLC. She's a co-founder, Women in Energy Network, a seasoned entrepreneur, a board director, public policy leader. She's a champion for women. She's been one woman amongst many men in many rooms, and she's ensured that other women are now in the same rooms just as qualified. Thank you, ma'am, and good morning. The man who will be on the panel, yes, we'll celebrate him specially as he has the courage to be here. Welcome, Managing Director, Doman Long Engineering, Dr. Timi Austin Peters. He is Chairman, Doman Long. He's a specialist in financial services, law, local and international experience, worked all over the world, consults across Africa and beyond, and today he's speaking amongst women. Thank you so much, sir. Please appreciate him. He's seated comfortably. Let me welcome the Managing Director, Lona Dec Global Services, Dr. Ibilola Amao. Principal Consultant, Lonade Global Services. When she turned 60, she shocked everybody because she's always looking like the youngest in the room. For decades, you will find Dr. Amao in one room or the other talking about women in STEM, women in oil and gas, championing, mentoring, calling, praying. And if you write a book, she will buy several copies and give to other women. I'm a living testimony. Thank you, ma'am, and welcome. I'm expecting the Managing Director and CEO, Stars International Investment Company, to join us shortly. And the moment she does, we'll just bring her up straight to stage. Let me talk about her a moment before she comes in. Her name is Irogama Ogbeifun. And wherever you find her, she's championing for women and more. She serves as MD CEO, Stars Investment Company, where she oversees the management and operation of a fleet of 11 ships operating in deep offshore Nigerian waters to support the oil exploration and production activities. She sits on several boards. She has received several awards for her growth and her contribution to the industry. Please appreciate her. When she comes up, we'll just bring her straight up to stage. Madam Moderator, I now hand over to you, ma'am. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Good morning. Good morning, everyone. Good morning.
Here.
Good morning to this amazing panel, of whom I am their dear Aburo. We all have been here since morning, so we have the background as to why we're going into this session. The data is clear. A lot has been done, but we still have a lot more to do. I'm going to jump right into the questions because we have only 50 minutes, and we want to spend time listening to this amazing panel. We don't want to be too rushed. So straight into the questions, I'm going to start with Dr. Ibilola Amao. And you'll see me moving back and forth with my glasses. I'm not used to wearing readers only. I lost my glasses this morning, so just bear with me. You'll see me doing that a lot. So, Dr. Amao, from your own experience, we're here talking about all the gaps, gender gaps in the industry. From your experience, where do you see the biggest leadership gaps for women today? Is it technical, executive? What spaces do you see more opportunities for women today?
Thank you so much to NCDMB for setting up the sectoral working group, diversity sectoral working group, NCCF. And it's a pleasure and an honor to be here today. Hello, everybody. In terms of gaps, there are different dimensions of gaps. I would say women in entrepreneurship, especially in high capex sectors, is a major issue. And this is where I see us coming together to collaborate, even asset ownership. I also see this huge gap and problem as an opportunity for women to come together, collaborate, access, say, the Nexim funds and even additional funds, acquire the technical know-how and expertise by paying for these solutions and developing robust special purpose vehicles and businesses that could actually drive business opportunities. That's one huge space that I would like to see us move into. In terms of technical skills, we still have a dearth of opportunities for women because most of the engineering graduates who are female have a major challenge accessing their first jobs. So one thing we do at Lonadec is work tirelessly to mentor, coach, and find first job opportunities, whether it's an internship program, whether it's a full-time role for our female engineers. Most of our female engineers go into banking, finance, and non-technical opportunities, and that attrition is a major issue. So I think there's a lot of work that needs to be done in terms of getting the few girls who graduate in engineering to access their internship opportunities and their first job opportunities. Also trying to move them down the career path of front-loading their experience and expertise before they get married and start having children. We lose another bunch of women who are very cerebral, intellectual capacity, intelligent in terms of know-how. After that childbearing years, they kind of don't return to the oil and gas industry. So on the entrepreneurship side and on the technical skills side, there are huge gaps. At board level, that's another challenge. Quite a lot of women in leadership, executives and at board level are the minority in the rooms they sit in. And this is where I think we need more male sponsors. I'm pleased to see Dr. Timmy Austin Peters here. He's a he for she and a male sponsor. Mr. Olofimoye from Chevron and another of the few men here. You can see that there are not many men in the room here today. So we need to see more male sponsors, support us women. And we women need to also stretch a hand of fellowship out more to our male colleagues. There's so much they know and do that we don't know about and we're not doing. We need to learn from them. So there are huge gaps in all these dimensions. So there's so many fires we need to put out. We're doing very well, but there's a lot more we can do.
Absolutely. Absolutely. There's a lot more we can do. Thank you very much for that contribution. Now, you've talked about the gaps in the entrepreneurship roles, in the technical roles as well, and particularly the situation where a lot of the graduates, engineers, female engineers, are then moving to other sectors because they don't have opportunities maybe in the industry to be able to start their careers. So what has been your experience in that regard in terms of acquiring talent for your operations as an engineering firm?
I think the challenges still remain. Well, thank you very much for the question. I think, from where we were a couple of years ago, like 5 years ago when we started I can remember the first, in 2019 when we had this first meeting, NCDMB had the first Women in Energy meeting. And when I look at where we are coming from to where we are today, at that time, it almost seemed as if we were asking, why should we have more women representation? Why should we engage and employ more women? And why should they fill those roles? But I think we've moved on from there to now, which is more like, how are we going to achieve it? And I think that's the how you're asking. How are we going to ensure that we have more women in, across the not just the value chain, but across the different levels within the sector? I mean, we seem to always focus on this glass ceiling, but I think what's more important is that pipeline, or what I call the concrete floor. We need to get more people down from the bottom. And there is a challenge. So I'm going to speak from running an oil and gas service company as well as speaking from the boardroom. I noticed when I came to when it comes to oil and gas businesses, when I started, which was 28 odd years ago, there were very few women. So I think we have progressed in that area. I see more women. Yes, we're not there, as Ibilola said, but there are a lot more women. Even from 5 years ago, I see a lot more women in industry trying to go into business, succeeding at business. There's so many amazing young women who are doing things now, which wasn't there before. So the needle has sort of shifted. But what's missing is that we haven't institutionalized it. So these are just like hopeful women who are just pushing themselves forward. And until we have some policies and laws in place to actually ensure that more women who go into business have access to the opportunities, because that's what's missing. But from the boardroom perspective, what I found from the boardroom, I also was the first woman on that board as well. So going into a board where they didn't have women. But the reason they did decide to have women on the board was because they were about to list. And so there were governance issues. And so they had to comply to SEC, NGX compliance. And one of the compliances that you need a percentage of women on the board. And so that was one reason. So you can see how impactful policies and laws are. But even being in the boardroom, because yes, SEC, NGX would push for number of board seats. Now we have 3 women on the board, which is great. And this is just in 3 years. We've now increased to 3 women, but just pushing for ensuring we secure the right women for the roles we're looking for. But apart from that, just being on the board and seeing also during the recruitment process and demanding, which wasn't there when I joined the board initially, asking for the stats. How many women and what's the spread? How many women are on the C-suite? How many women were doing your recruitment? What is your target? Just putting those KPIs on executive management to ensure we get more women in the pipeline from the ground up, so that we have the women way down there to ensure that as they go along. And then where we are recruiting even in managerial positions, we are constantly looking for women. So those are some of the ways. Just really institutionalizing it and ensuring that there are policies, I think very important policies and laws to back it up. And that will really shift the needle for us. I think I'll stop there. Thank you.
Thank you very much. So we need policies and laws to push the needle further. And you talked about recruiting. Another issue is, first, yes, recruits, get them in the door, but another issue is progressing them when they do come in to the organizations. Retention becomes an issue. Dr. Amao, notice I'm not calling anybody by name. Dr. Amao. She did talk about recruiting as well, but now I want to look at how do you think that industry culture influences women's progression within the organization when you do get them come in? How does existing culture affect their growth within the organization, our ability to stay? You mentioned it's one thing to get them in, another phase is when they get married and start to have children. What are the things that we believe that we can put in place to ensure that we're able to retain women even when they're going through their different stages of life? And then do you think that there's a difference in the Nigerian companies as opposed to the international companies in that regard? In that, are there maybe existing policies or structures that allows for that to happen in the two different sectors? And that's going to you, Dr. Austin Peters.
Good morning, everybody. Firstly, on the point of there are very few men here, it's only where you are invited to that you go. So, frankly, I did not know about this event until I was invited, and I'm happy I was, and that is why I'm here. So please, if you extend the invitation wider, you may get more people, men coming. Yes.
Before you respond to the question, this is the way men do. Because he has just spoken on behalf of the many men that are not here. So women, I think there's something we should learn from that. Thank you very much, sir.
Okay, so just looking across the board, there are three stages of whether employment or participating in business. There's how you enter, how you progress, and how you reach the pinnacle, people like Patricia. As has been identified, the two key things that will allow everybody a fair crack at the whip is legislation and culture. Now, you can do everything in this world to suck in lots of people at the beginning. And at that point, everybody is more or less equal. Your priorities are the same, your challenges are the same, your needs are the same. Where it becomes more challenging is where the distraction of trying to maintain a family, having children, and so on come to the fore. Now, it is incumbent on the institution in that middle stage to look for how to accommodate whatever challenges people may be facing. Luckily, we've all been trained by COVID and so many other exigencies of life that we don't have to be in the office all the time to do the work. So some degree of flexibility and being able to work remotely is very important to allow that. Also, where there are challenges as to the priority of women in the workplace, this is a culture thing beyond all else. Now, we talked about the difference between maybe IOCs and indigenous companies. It's very easy for an IOC to be completely flexible, to make, payments that are needed, to allow payments to be made when actually we have to be flexible about it because they have endless balance sheets. When it's a small mom and pop company, it's maybe just 6 people and everybody is doing like 4 jobs. There is a challenge as to how you're going to accommodate that flexibility. I'm not saying it can't be done. It's just that everybody has to be determined to do it, and that's where the culture comes in. It's a mindset thing. And, I'm not talking about culture just in the sort of platitude or Igbo sense that, oh yeah, let's just do this and that. It has to be that, no, look, we all have challenges one way or the other, whether as a man or a woman. And so whatever it is the company needs to do to accommodate the people who have challenges at a particular time, that must be done. So I'm looking at myself in my company. I have to be honest, whether as a black man who spent much of his time abroad or as somebody, women, I don't like just being a token. I don't like just being somewhere because they said I should just be there. I like to be there because I'm capable. So in my company, in my company, we don't, yes, we're intentional about, keeping the level playing field and letting everybody come, but we don't just say, no, we must find a woman. No, we look as broadly as possible for the best people. And when we find the best people, if it's a toss-up, then of course you can exercise that choice to raise women. So now if you look in my company now, without looking for women, only the MD and myself are men. CFO is a woman. Chief Operating Officer is a woman. Head of Legal is a woman. Head of HR is a woman. So at times when we are doing meeting, I'm like, look, we have to balance this thing the other we have to balance this thing the other way. So the point that I'm trying to make is that yes, we must be intentional, but we must be careful not to, make it tokenism. It's very important that it is always the best person. And if it is the best person, typically that person will be sufficiently driven and that person will have all of the opportunities that are needed to be able to sustain their career trajectory. Now, like I said, it's not easy. I mean, I can only speak about being black in a funny place. I'm not a woman. But if you are sufficiently driven, and if you are committed, and if you are lucky enough to be in the right place with the right culture, then you will always be able to maintain that trajectory.
I think we need to give a round of applause to the statement that was made about not focusing on tokenism, but still within the organization, virtually all the heads are women. And the round of applause is for the women. Ms. Simon Hart, can you just speak a little bit to what you would do in your organization, what practical actions you could take to move beyond these biases, because whether we like them or not, they are still there, to move beyond the unconscious bias into real change. He's mentioned what they do in their organization, and that works. And when you were speaking, I was actually just looking at, it definitely speaks to who is at the head of the organization before you would see things like that happen naturally. But if you were to take deliberate steps and put a policy or a law behind it, what would that be from within your own organization?
I think for unconscious biases, the most important thing is actually to create the awareness, that there are biases within the organization. But I mean, you answered the question as well, because it is with policy and structures, having a structured system in place to really be able to identify where the biases are within the hierarchy within the organization and to address it. So I would say, yes, put the correct policies and laws, but also the implementation of the same, because policies can just remain on a piece of paper and not really be implemented, but ensuring that you're implementing the policies and there's some kind of monitoring. And also that within the organizations, there has to be accountability as well. So ensuring that there is accountability in the organization to ensure that those biases are addressed and that there are like investigations or there's a response when issues do arise, because issues do arise, incidents do happen, and how are they being addressed and how are they being resolved. I think those are very important. So just not having the policies and laws or legislation on paper, but really implementing the same and then monitoring as well. But you know, I mean, 5 years ago we were talking about data, and I keep on saying that we're not able to measure what we can't monitor. And if we still 5 years later haven't got an agency or an institution that is collating the data within the industry, how are we seeing where we are today and where we're trying to get to tomorrow? I think that's one point we need to get back to, ensuring that we are measuring and monitoring, that we have the baseline. Because right now, if you ask us how many women there are, you know, how many interns there are in the industry, we don't know. How many women in engineering, we don't know. How many women in admin, we don't know. We just don't know. How many women on boards, how many women in the C-suite? Nobody seems to have the data. So it's also very important that we put in place the necessary structures and systems so that we can begin to monitor this information, because if you're to hold people accountable and you do not have data, what are you to base it on? And so I think it's very important, and I hope maybe NCDMB will take it back seriously. I think it's part of what they should be doing. They should know how many entry-level engineers they are, how many are women, how many are men, how many women in the industry, how many men. You know, we really know how many women-owned businesses are in the industry, and not just having women-owned businesses, but what is the volume of business they're actually doing in the sector. So I think if you're not being accountable, if we're not monitoring, if we're not measuring biases or no biases, we're not going to shift any needle. I think I'll stop there.
Absolutely, thank you very much. If we're not monitoring, if we don't have data, we don't have the information, then how do we monitor performance? If we don't set the KPIs, if we don't put targets in place, how do we actually make meaningful and measurable change that we're all looking for? Welcome, Ms. Irohama. Iyo. We have already welcomed you and shared your profile because we're expecting you, and perfect timing because the next question is for you. You walked in right on time. Now we're looking at workplace safety and harassment. What does a psychologically safe workplace look like in a male-dominated environment? She has a smile on her face because she knows exactly why I'm asking her that question.
Thank you very much. Please, first of all, I'd like to apologize for coming in late. I flew in today, so from Port Harcourt, so apologies, I was rushing. So that, I think it's a very pertinent question and probably one that many women can relate to. As I would speak from my experience as a female executive who's leading a company, so I at least have the opportunity to take executive decisions on behalf of the company. So when I joined 12 years ago, we had a male CEO, and I don't think that it was from a place of, and we didn't have any harassment policies in place, documented. So it was just like implied, like, yeah, of course, if anything happens to you, you can speak. But then there was no framework as to how do I communicate, what's the sort of waterfall to passing the information, what kind of actions and things like that. So I think I don't want to say that it was intentional to not have the policies because they wanted to protect perpetrators, but I think it was just not important. So when I became CEO, a few years later, that was the first thing that I did. I developed a very strong harassment, sexual harassment, not harassment policy, not just sexual. But what I was doing in between as second in command, because I was CEO when I came in, was I have female cadets. So my company is a maritime logistics firm. We have vessels that operate offshore. And we used to just then have trickles of female trainees who would come and go on board. So when they were going, as part of their induction, they would have a session with me and the head of HR, who happened to be female. And we would just let them know, like, look, this is tone from the top, zero tolerance, this is what we expect on board. We would counsel them, we'll let them know that this is a safe space. So we're just talking about it, right? And I was communicating it verbally to them and letting them know, you can complain, you can talk to us, we support you, we will believe you, and then also counseling on how they should also comport themselves, working in that kind, because there's also sort of behavior that you should exhibit if you're working for men and women in terms of boundaries. So when I became CEO, I was able to document that. So yes, we now had a policy. But what I did differently was I made it such that it applied to my board as well. So most organizations, we just think about the management staff. But the truth is that you have a chairman, you have a board director who would encounter your employees. So we're saying, look, so at the board level, we're saying we're holding you accountable as well in terms of how you treat our employees. We don't know what you do outside this organization, but as long as this organization is concerned, all the employees are protected from everybody, including the board. And something that we highlighted. Now, how do we enforce? So how do we enforce? Because I know a lot of companies have policies, but then it's just a piece of paper that is ticking a box. But then how are you translating it to actual action? So the posturing of leadership, you can be saying one thing and doing another. So for us as a company, thankfully we've never had a complaint recorded. I have sessions with my female seafarers, especially the ones who have to go. I find that they're probably more vulnerable because they work offshore. And just check in to say, I hope nothing is happening, I hope you're comfortable. And they say, yeah, that they rank the company. And the reason why they do is because we talk a lot to the men. So we're not just only talking to the women and saying, oh, you're protected. We're also saying, guys, you need to behave in a particular way. So the engagement is not focused on just talking to the women. We're talking to the men. So when they go on board, most times the junior and the captains, the chief engineers are men. So the senior officers on board are men. So we need them to be allies. We need them to see them as, I'm here, I have a responsibility here to protect all. So posturing of leadership, I think, is what that would also inspire that psychological safety to say, not only does the company have documentation in place, but the leadership is intentionally committed to ensuring that this is actually a safe environment. Then transparency. So the company being very transparent around where it's not so strong and where it strengths, and I don't want to say weaknesses, but opportunities rather, where they are. It's also key. It makes me feel safe when a company can say, maybe we haven't done that well. It shows that it's a learning organization. It shows that it's you have a listening culture here. So then it encourages me to speak. But if the company is more concerned around, oh, we're perfect, we get everything right, we never do anything wrong, then as an employee, even if I see, I probably won't say, right? I'll just keep quiet because it's obvious that the priorities of the organization, especially at leadership, is just to be right at all times and project that. So I also feel like I love Women's Month. Is a fantastic month. All the events have started, but I really wish we sort of transcend an organization that sort of transcends away from it's a special month. Oh, it's Women's Month. So what are we doing? It's almost like patronizing, kind of, right? And then yesterday I was at a leadership session. And my head of HR, who happens to be a woman, we're going to talk about that at some point, says, oh, these women, they're just trying to get an approval for something they want to do. And the men were like, my colleagues who are men were like, oh, is it Men's Month? When is Men's Month? So it's almost like, so it would really be great to see how the conversation or the concepts around gender discussions in organizations transcend beyond a special, a marked month, a marked period. And it's just an organization that's conscious, right? It's conscious of the restrictions, the constraints, the limitations that come and that this is a conversation that has to be ongoing, and that we even need to be measuring, we need to keep an eye on, not waiting for, a panel or a special month to do that. And I think as a woman in such an organization, I would feel that this is a place that considers me not as a woman, but also as a human, a professional, to give me a platform to thrive. Thank you.
Thank you very, very much. We heard you mention the posturing of leadership, which is extremely important. You also talked about enforcement. The policies are in place. How well are they enforced? I like when you mentioned engagement at all levels and all sexes. So it's male and female. Because the men also go through things in the workplace. And I've noticed over time that there's a lot of conversation going on about women. I'm hoping and praying that similar conversations are going on about men. If not, we would likely hit some cycle where we then need to be engaging the men. I have 2 girls, but I say to those who have who have sons, what are we saying to our boys, so that we don't have to keep doing this. But I'd like to hear from you, sir. Same workplace safety and harassment. What is the role of the male allies in this situation? What would you say would be a good response from a male ally in the workplace?
Okay, thank you. The role of the male ally is very important, because the whole issue of fairness, parity, justice should not be that of women only. If it comes from women only, it will be seen as, they have started again. It's important that somebody who is seen as not necessarily being a beneficiary of what they're advocating is pushing that particular agenda. Especially due to the fact that you will find that, whether we like it or not, in most places, men are in leadership positions. It is important that they are all persuaded of the importance of the issues that we are talking about, and they are able to not just advocate, but engage, and as we say, enforce. In my previous life, I was a lawyer, and for my sins. But, just having laws, I've realized it doesn't matter that much. If you're not able to follow through, whether by culture, by enforcement, or something, just having a law doesn't really matter. So if we are able to ensure that the male allies, everybody is able to advocate, engage, and follow through on policies, I think that's what really has to happen.
Thank you very much, sir. I don't know, how much time do we have left? Because I want to go into leadership and responsibility, but it will be good to know how much time we have left. If not, we can just keep 10 minutes. Excellent. Okay. I think at this point, I'm going to ask Dr. Amao a question regarding STEM specifically. I think we've touched on it already, so it'll be probably very quick for us to go into that. What are successful models for empowering women to take STEM and leadership roles in the oil and gas industry? Successful models.
Okay. I think science, technology, engineering, and maths is an area that is a wide sea of opportunities for young girls and women today. We're in the age of sustainability, digital transformation, and technology implementation. I think whether you're technical or non-technical, we're also in the space of people becoming digital natives. So, 10, 15, 20 years ago, you had to be a STEM talent to be tech savvy. But today, even fashion designers and everybody's on a smartphone deploying technology. Another thing COVID taught us was remote work, leveraging technology to achieve your goals and objectives. We also have a variety of short courses, free courses, transitioning and pivoting opportunities in tech and STEM today, that you don't need to be a physics, chemistry, and biology or tech expert to be able to seize these opportunities. So I'd like to encourage every woman in the room now to get online on some short course or the other, whether it's AI, machine learning, programming. Everything has been simplified to the point now that you don't need to be an engineer. I mean, I'm an engineer, but I'm trying to explain to you right now that engineering is not necessarily as highly ranked as it used to be, because the opportunities exist today for non-technical people to transition into tech, deep tech, AI-focused opportunities. What I see here is that there are different careers opportunities there. So as we go out to workshops, seminars, conferences, let's be curious, let's ask the right questions, find out what opportunities are so that we can go on this journey of deploying STEM and tech to implement the solutions. Another good thing about the size of opportunities we see today, they're so huge that it's very difficult for a small, medium enterprise or an expert to journey on the adventure of optimizing those opportunities on their own. We need to cooperate, collaborate, and coordinate resources. The kind of projects we're seeing today is not for, take for example, Bonga Southwest. My brother knows about it. There were some bids and tenders that came up recently. They're so huge that even the biggest of our local companies today cannot even begin to think about any of those opportunities. We need to be tier 1, tier 2, tier 3 subcontractors. So if we don't come together as STEM specialists, non-technical, commercial experts, pool resources together and collaborate, we're not going to be able to take advantage of these opportunities. So I'm really excited that technology has brought us to a level playing field whereby whether you're an engineer or you're not an engineer, you can actually collaborate and seize opportunities as collaborating partners. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Time, this intentional policy approach contributed to measurable improvements in female representation across banking leadership. That progress did not happen by chance. It happened because the regulator signaled very clearly that diversity in leadership is a governance and performance issue, not merely a social one. Our sector can learn from that template. If we believe, as global evidence shows, that diverse leadership teams are more resilient and better performing, then inclusion has to be embedded into governance codes, reporting standards, and institutional incentives.
In projects,
policy scales excellence.
More women.
So I am committed
on the project. So
that my office will work with the Women in Energy Network, this diversity sectoral working group, and
in technical roles on the field. I think it's very important that infrastructure needs to be in place. So that's what I would say. Yeah.
Excellent. Thank you very much. Sir.
Okay, for me, it's a game of numbers. If you don't have enough people entering the game, it's unlikely that you'll have many that will be able to pass through and get to the top. So we need to ensure that there is a genuinely level playing field for people to be able to get into the industry. So when we are seeking to recruit, we make sure that women feel comfortable applying for various roles. I mean, like we do a, historically male thing, welding, bending iron. But yet we have women who who are some of our best welders. Some are now supervisors, and so on and so forth. So the point is, suck in as many people, and especially women, into the early stages of the career trajectory, and hopefully they will be sufficiently focused, motivated, and supported to be able to pass through.
That's excellent. Thank you very much, sir. Dr. Amal?
Mine would be to compel more women to work together and collaborate together and to use their networks more effectively. About 2 weeks or 3 weeks ago, I did suggest that on the female WhatsApp groups, we should have a spreadsheet of the members of the WhatsApp group pinned to the top, basically helping people who want to collaborate to be out there. So if you were trying to solve a problem, take for example, I'm in a client's office and I need to partner with somebody to achieve my goal, I could easily just go to the pinned spreadsheet in my WhatsApp group, identify another female or another female-owned company that is willing to collaborate and have put themselves out there. So if you're willing to collaborate, let people know you're willing to collaborate so that people who want to collaborate can reach out to you. I think we're not doing enough of that, and I'd like us to do that.
Before I come to you, Ira, I was at an event, incidentally organized by Ms. Ayebusi, and a young lady said that she believes that men have been trained to collaborate from a very young age, because they played games like football. So they always work together, but we played games like 10-10. And no, I want to ask, I'm going to actually throw that out here. We played games like 10-10, and then we played with our dolls. So we tended to always, we grew up doing things on our own. They're already answering me before I even ask them the question. To say, what are your thoughts on this? Iro, please answer the question on the mandate first before.
Oh my goodness. So for me, it will be a contractors diversity program. So if I was positioned, I'm a contractor and I'm a female-owned led business. So what is important to me in terms of seeing more women-owned businesses like mine giving opportunities to provide services mandatorily. So that would be my mandate, to say the metric you are checking is how many of your contractors are companies that are owned by women or led by women, so that way they can take advantage of funding, because funding is available. So for women, there's funding. NCDMB has done a fantastic job, $40 million kept in Nexim Bank, available for women to gain access to and use it to grow their businesses. But how do I grow what I don't have? If I go to Nexim is still going to say, where's your contract? We'll give you contract financing. To get contract financing, that means it's implied that there is a contract which you are going to finance, right? So if I don't have the contract, then how do I get that to finance? So if we become intentional, and the truth is, it starts with all of us. Many of us sitting here own businesses. So sometimes we're thinking mostly of the bigger organizations, the Renaissances, the Shells, or SPD, SNEPCO, and all of that. But we're saying, okay, me, Stars, I contract. On a daily basis, I have contractors who come in and supply me PPE, who supply me AGU. How many of them are women? So I'm calling myself out, and I'm saying, before I start holding the bigger organizations accountable, the change will start with me, who's looking in the mirror. So it's a call to action to every female business leader who's sitting here, and for our circle of influence to say, come, as a female business leader, how many of your contractors are female, the companies are run by women, owned by women? How many are given opportunities to? And you'll be like, I've never really thought about it, because you've not held yourself accountable. So call to action to all of us. I've started my own, so that when I come and sit here next year, I'll be able to tell you, in my company, I have a minimum of 35, 40% of my vendors are women-owned businesses, intentionally helping them so they can also employ more women, and and that's how the funnel, like he's saying, begins to grow. So it will be that contractor diversity program. Thank you. Then on the other issue of collaboration, that's how we start before you go back this way. I would say that, honestly, it's just a mindset. Everything for us begins in our minds. So if we come up and we think, so it's just like the same thing of, women don't support, women don't support other women, and because it's driven by someone's experience or perspective. But there are a lot of women who stand up and say, I got to where I am because, I'm a woman. There are also women who say, for the men, they can go out and network at night. They can go, I drink my whiskey, I drink my gin. I go out, as Uncle Timmy knows, we hang out with you 2 a.m. I will hang out with you 1 a.m., 2 a.m. It's a personal preference. But I have other people who just say, no, I'd rather just see you in the morning. And I feel like, let's not stereotype it and say, because I will follow you into the dark hole and we will sign the document inside there, then we can keep it going. And somebody else, and I'm a woman and I have children, but there are other people who just say, no, my preference is this. So I think it's really around the mindset. So we'll not stereotype and say about the network and collaboration because the boys play. I know men who don't like to partner as well. They don't like to collaborate. They don't like to join. They don't like to be part of. And even when they're there, they're very chaotic. So people don't like to partner with them. We can also say that from football, that competitive spirit is too strong. So that's why. So I just feel like, you can look at it either way. It's two sides to the sword. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
I'd say play to your strength. So, your things are only sustainable if you are genuinely playing to your strength and the way you're wired and your DNA. And this is why I invest a lot of time in career counseling and people understanding the way they're wired and what they do. I believe that some women are damn aggressive and some are very, very subtle and very nurturing. And they play to their strengths. So to be successful in the oil and gas industry and to be in a sustainable play in terms of opportunities, taking full advantage of opportunities, you need to play to your strength, irrespective of your gender. Thanks.
Absolutely, totally agree with that. Play to your strength. Do you want to contribute to the football 10-10 conversation? I think we've come to the end of a very interesting session, except you want to say something about that. You have 2 questions on that. Okay, but let's
I think there's one point I wanted to make, through this conversation, and that is when you find yourself in a leadership position, either on a board or C-suites, or you're quite high up, I think the tone at the top really dictates what happens below. And so if we don't get the right tone at the top, and if you're not going to get what you need in the organization, because setting the tone and setting KPIs to ensure that management are sticking to what you're setting, those KPIs, and they know that their bonuses and remunerations are going to depend on it, then they'll sit up and actually try and close that gap. But if you're not setting it, so that tone at the top, so for women who find themselves in those positions, please speak up. Make sure that you are ensuring that those policies are being implemented through monitoring the KPIs of the management in place or your subordinates, I would say. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you.
Sorry, just 1 second. Frankly, I think this whole business about men, women collaborating and so on is actually a fig leaf. It's, people looking for an excuse to try and justify something. You will see the same way you say Igbos don't collaborate with Hausa, Yoruba don't. No, it's always just an excuse. Eventually, you need to find the people of like mind. And when you find people of like mind, whether man, woman, or otherwise, you will be able to come together and collaborate. So I don't think we need this whole business of men work together. I can assure you, it doesn't work. For the most part, just looking for a man won't be. You need to find somebody with the right mindset, and that is the only criteria that matters.
Thank you very much. I think in summary, closing gaps is all about changing the mindset. So work on the way you perceive, the way you respond to things, and those gaps will get
smaller and smaller as we progress. We have questions? Yes. Question 1. In a workplace where there is no framework to monitor the head and be accountable to the women in their workspace, how can that be handled? Can we take all together? Yes? Okay. So did we get the first question? In a workplace where there is no framework to monitor the head and be accountable to the women in their workspace, how can that be handled? We have, how can women position themselves for leadership roles in traditionally male-dominated environments like the oil and gas industry?
That was a test question. So the first one, and then for Dr. Timi?
Dr. Timi, there's one specifically for you. Dr. Timi emphasized finding competent women, not just any woman. Are there opportunities for women, especially those with bachelors, to become competent?
Don't make it bigger, just take it up. Please, let's deal with the ones we have now.
Can you scroll back to the first one? And if there's anybody on the panel who wants to respond, in a workplace where there is no framework at all to monitor the head and be accountable to the women in their workspace, how can that be handled?
I think the women need to be proactive. You need to seek a mentor or a coach within the system and make that person accountable. A lot of people wait for annual appraisals and for HR to tell them what to do. I mean, I think every individual who is going somewhere should have a personal, professional, and a career development plan that they have designed for themselves, irrespective of what HR has in mind. And you need to begin to engage the business and engage HR as to how you want to progress and how you plan to progress, irrespective of whether you're a female or male.
Yeah, just to add to that, and you're quite right. I think also just structuring yourselves as women within the organization to engage management, to try and put in structure. But if you're in an organization that will not pay any attention to it at all, I don't know how sustainable that organization will be in the long run. So you should be looking outside. I mean, if you can't change, if you try to change and management is resistant to the change, then I would question the sustainability of that organization. Yeah.
Absolutely. Absolutely. I've worked in an organization where, there were challenges, and somebody actually said to me, if the organization won't change, then maybe it's time for you to leave, Even teased me as far as go and set up your own organization and let's see how it, yeah. There was another, what was the second question?
If you have a bachelor's, is there
how do you become
for you?
competent?
Opportunities for women, especially
to become with their bachelor's.
So this goes back to the point that I was trying to make at the beginning, which for me, the most important part is actually getting into the game. One of my favorite sayings is you've got to be in it to win it. If you are not involved in from the beginning, as far as I'm concerned, you will never be able to succeed. It's no accident that some of the best oil and gas entrepreneurs in Nigeria all come from one company, Shlum. No, not even Shell. Shlum for services. Shlum. For EMP, it's Shell. So basically, you need to have lived that experience, go through it, and benefited and taken everything that you can from it to be able to get to where you're going. And, I don't just say this thing. At a similar event to this, just a few months ago, a young lady approached me, I think it was in Yenagoa, said that she has a degree in metallurgy or something. She wants to get involved in fabrication. I'm like, fantastic, let's do it. And I've put her in touch with HR and so on. So my point is, if you want to do something and you have the wherewithal, there are always opportunities if you're sufficiently determined.
Can we say the questions again? Just the
question on training and leadership. Can you show that again, please?
There was a question on training and leadership. The next one below. What practices, training, experiences can help women in positions of leadership? Leadership tribe. Women are often not taught how to be good managers. You know, I think I think part of it is lifelong learning. You've just got to train yourself. You've just got to continue learning. You can't stop. That's number one. Lifelong learning is there, so don't wait for somebody to train you. And the second thing is just when an opportunity arises for you to maybe be pushed into an area you are not familiar with. Maybe you're an engineer, field engineer, and then they're asking you to do some, back office maintenance documentation, and you're saying, you don't want to do it, I want to be on the field. I mean, you're not going to learn any other skills. So I think you have to continuously also learn the skills through experience. And so no matter what it is, I know when I was very young in my career, I was a programmer, I was in IT, I was in programming, and they threw me into sales. And if I had resisted, I wouldn't have ended up setting up my business years later. They kept on throwing me into different things because they found I was competent at doing different things. And because of that, I have a vast, experience and knowledge in various things. Because of that, I was able to use to set up my business eventually. So I think experience combined with lifelong learning. I'm still learning. I still continue to learn. And I don't think I will stop learning. I think that's the attitude, yeah.
Thank you very much.
I would recommend volunteering where you are weakest. So in your area of weakness, put yourself out there and volunteer. The people in that ecosystem are probably in their area of strength, and they would pull you up, they would nurture you, they will stretch you, and you could never ever regret taking up those opportunities. A lot of people are short-term oriented and they want benefit now, but when you have a mind of volunteering and paying it forward, you would obviously be strengthened, exposed to opportunities, and learn continuously. So let's try to volunteer more.
Okay, I just want to disabuse our mind. Even men are not trained to be managers. I think it's really important, right, that we as women, whilst it's a women's event and a women's month, we're first individuals, and we have to make choices, right? So being a woman is not a handicap. You literally have the same everything that a man has. It's just starting with the mind. When we say empowerment, who said you were not empowered? You have to tell yourself that I'm going to kick down that door. The way this person walks through the door, it's how me too, I'm going to walk through the door, right? We're the ones that stop ourselves at the door and we hold it open. Oh, please go in. They're walking in, you walk in too. So it's a mindset thing. So I'm just saying that just like what has been shared, you have to train yourself. Today I'm taking a women in leadership course, but I've been CEO for 5 years. And 5 years later, I am still in school, training, right, and learning. So if you want to, and I have friends that are in technical roles, and she did the same leadership course, and I was wondering, looking at her responsibility, but the truth is she's positioning. She's being strategic. So that what is success? Success is opportunity meets preparation. It's not at the point where the opportunity opens the door, you now say, oh, let me go and learn. You're late. You're like the 5 virgins that went to get oil when Jesus came. So you have to start now. Start acquiring the competencies, the capacities, everything. Start building the skills so that when the time comes and they say, who's ready?
I am. Absolutely. Thank you so very much. That is... I think the last question actually brought it all together. How do we respond to opportunities? There are many people who would, if put in a role that is outside of their, why are they trying to set me up for failure? No, it's actually an opportunity for you to learn, an opportunity for you to grow, and it prepares you for something that you may not see right now, but when the opportunity then comes, you can walk right through that door. It's a lot about changing your mindset, being very open-minded, and just clear your mind of all the biases for yourself and walk right through. So thank you very much to this amazing panel.
And thank you very much to our erudite moderator for steering the conversation. Did you enjoy what she did? Please appreciate her as well. Thank you. Please, we'll come together for a group photograph. Dr. Alero will join you. Auntie Michelle? No? Okay. She'll join you in taking this one to say thank you so much for making it happen again. The conversations will continue because my people will say, na talk, they bring talk. When more talk will now bring action. So we continue to speak. Dr. Alero was up earlier and she was talking about some of the records in growth, women in the industry, and so the advocacy will continue, the speaking will continue as we continue to see more growth. Our ES is joining us up on stage. Yes, it's you. The representative of the Executive Secretary, NCDMB, is on stage. Representative of the Acting Director, Planning Research, is also on stage. And of course, the Chairman Planning Committee of today's conference is on stage. Thank you all so much. Please smile. It's a good day. It's a great day. Yes, progress is being made. Thank you so much. Thank you. Salient points have been made. We continue to grow. If you have not yet taken a photograph with someone who is sitting right by your side, not on another table, on your table, this is a good time to turn on that selfie camera and take a photo of the woman who you are rising with. You're rising together, you're changing together, you're transforming together. I'm seeing some people take the selfies. Thank you. We're smiling. And later on, if you haven't already, ensure you take her contact, her LinkedIn, share it, because we are also debunking the lie that it is lonely at the top. If you are lonely at the top, it's because you did not go with somebody. So please ensure you're going with another woman so that there is no loneliness at the top. Photos taken. Thank you so much. I see one or two people still taking photos. We'll give you that opportunity. Please, when you share the photos, tell the world where you were, at what event. Thank you so much. We have a gentleman who I'm about to bring on stage, and I'll need help with this lectern, please, to take it up to stage. Tunde, are you there to help me? Oh, yes, thank you. Oh, well, let me introduce it first. Thank you. Thank you very much. He'll be speaking to the topic, Understanding the Business of Oil and Gas, Energy, Building Corporate Governance and Commercial Awareness for Sustainable Participation in the Value Chain. Are you ready to receive him? Yes. No, until I hear yeses. Are we ready? Are we sure? Fantastic. He works at the intersection of governance, reform, institutional compliance, and others, including anti-corruption. Some of the questions that came up had to do with institutional compliance, corporate governance, and so he'll be sharing from the fullness of his experience. If you are ready for Mr. Emmanuel Bosa, let me hear you say, I am ready. Let me hear you say, I am ready. Now, please put your hands together as I welcome Mr. Emmanuel Bosa to take us on his conversation for the next several minutes. Please continue to clap as he makes his way. Thank you, sir. Welcome. I'll give you this one. Thank you.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. How are we all doing today? Do you know where I'm most comfortable? I am most comfortable in the midst of women. Did we all hear? I hear people talking. I hear people distracted. Can we all have one house, please? I am most comfortable in the midst of women. And there's a reason why that is. I have a very powerful mother, and I was raised by a very powerful grandmother. I love my dad. He's in the picture. But in terms of building the structure of who I am as a human being, Fundamentally, that was done by the women in my life. So I take immense pride to be here, to be part of this conversation, and to contribute the bit I can. Now, let me say something. I listened, and I'm glad I came on time, and I participated in this session. I sort of heard the session before me. Before I do my introduction, let me just say this. I think it's important, and I find that this is something we do a lot in Nigeria, and I think we need to increasingly be very careful about it. We always look at, and that's why I loved how they presented the solutions. We always address the problems. We always speak to the problems. We always are very quick to identify the problems. But ladies and gentlemen, as we know in the corporate space, those that are solution providers, the pathfinders, are those that ultimately succeed. Do we all agree? Yeah. So there's something I'm here to do today. I will read out the challenges because I heard many of them. I will color the picture by adding more challenges that we need to address. Some of them fundamental, not just to your business, your industry, but this country as a whole. And then I will tell you a solution that I believe will solve a problem. Not all your problems, but is a panacea to solving a lot of your problems. Now, as introduced, my name is Emmanuel. Just call me Emmanuel, like Madonna or Beyonce. Just Emmanuel is fine. And I have the privilege of serving currently as the Chief Operating Officer of an organization that's existed for 30 years, called the Integrity Organization. Why were we founded? My Chief Executive, who you will know, Professor Yemi Oshibanjo, His Excellency, and Soji Apampa, they were so angry about the state of this country and the direction of this country under the Abacha regime that they thought we need to create something, an instrument, a vehicle for achieving progress in this country, no matter the circumstance, no matter the risks we face. Now, 30 years later, our challenges haven't fundamentally shifted, but the approaches have. And that means something. How do we build on that? How do we make sure we build not just what we're doing now, but prepare those who come after us to do the same thing, but to do it better, to do it armed with information, with the history, with the tactics of how the opposition has played its game, so that we can always outsmart them. That's what, in many ways, many of you in this room do every day in the corporate space. How do you surmount Nigeria's challenges and continue to build a business? So what we do is to build resilience and integrity into systems and transactions upon which people like yourselves, upon which government, upon which citizens depend on to build their daily lives. That's the spiel about who I am and why I'm here. Now, let's get to the main bit. I'm here to talk about corporate governance. I'm here to talk about commercial awareness. And I met, first of all, please, can we all, by a round of applause, appreciate the planning committee of this event today? I think they've done a fantastic job in doing this. And I thank Madam Michelle for extending the opportunity and, of course, to be here and speak to all of you about something that's really important. But let me start by this. In the conversations I heard earlier, a couple of things stood out to me, and I hope all of you took the same note. The first challenge that was reeled out was the death of technical skills, the lack thereof of technical skills. Particularly, it seems, affects more women than men in this game. They also they mentioned something that I see very often in my line of work, and I'll tell you a short story as we go along. Access to finance. Whenever I ask a business person in Nigeria, what is the fundamental challenge you face? The feedback I get is access to finance. I can't get money to do this, I can't get money to do that. But then, when we interrogate the systems of how they operate, we begin to see why access to finance is really not their problem. Why actually is the bottom end of your problem, because you face more structural problems that you'd fail to address, and it means that you cannot access finance. The third thing I heard, which I think is quite a serious thing, is social barriers. Whether it's women having children, whether it's women being undermined, whether it's issues of sexual harassment, whether it's issue of women getting into the program in the first place. The earlier panel spoke to the importance of making sure there were more women in STEM. I'm an employment lawyer by training, and I practiced for a while in the UK before I moved back, because I realized we needed to do something different about this country. As I did one of my research around access for black people into employment, something became apparent, particularly within the judiciary, the legal profession, high-ranking elements of the police service, where you see institutionalized racism, What was the fundamental challenge? It wasn't that black people were not intelligent. No. It wasn't that black people did not have equal access to education. No. It was that black people, in spite of the education they got and the quality, which can be questionable depending on where you lived, the borough you lived in, the fundamental challenge they faced was post-secondary school education and access was the biggest barrier to getting into these sectors. If 90% of all the judges went to Oxford and Cambridge, what chance does a black person stand when they do not have the same background or pedigree? That's a question we must ask ourselves. If the top of the police service often get recruited through a commission that's full of white men that make decisions about other white men based on our relationship from school level at university level, how do you prepare the next generation where the people who are in the position to make decisions are biased naturally? These are the fundamental challenges we face. So I do accept that social barriers is a big problem in Nigeria, and we need people like yourselves who are now in leadership positions through your rhetoric, through the tone at the top, through your actions, through your investment to demonstrate that things can change, but also to lead the change you want to see, one person at a time. There is no sea change that's going to happen. We make changes specifically by being intentional about every action we take and making strides one step at a time. The other thing I heard about was the challenge of collaboration, and I'm glad that was raised. And I will, as part of the incentive structure I'm going to explain, that's one of the things I'm going to mention. But ladies and gentlemen, let me add one thing that I think is crucial. I believe in this economy, in this present time, with the way the globe is working, and I hope people pay attention to what happens in global politics and local politics, not from the perspective of what's happening in politics, i.e. the politics of it, but rather the commercial opportunities that flow from those politics and what it signals on a policy level, on investment level, on a business level, on a preparedness level. I hope people can hear me and understand what I'm saying, because I'm going somewhere. I think the biggest challenge we face in this economy has nothing to do with a lot of the things we've mentioned. All of these are contributory factors to why we have a problem. But ladies and gentlemen, the fundamental problem we face in this economy is trust. We face a significant trust deficit. Let me give you the background. We have the UK Bribery Act. We have the FCPA. Within this legislation, there's something very significant added there. And I mentioned these two regulations because a lot of the money that's raised, including the next $40 million I just heard, is all in dollars, is in US dollars. The UK Bribery Act and the FCPA has one very clear rule, and it says there's a duty to prevent bribery. Have we all heard that before? Are you aware of this rule? Most recently, the UK government upped the ante and brought in new regulations that now require companies that operate in the UK, raise money through the UK, transact in the pound, so on and so forth, the duty to prevent fraud. What is the consequence of failing to do that as an institution abroad? It means that if you have a risk in your supply chain, and all of you are part of somebody's supply chain, if there's a risk in the supply chain, you collect bribe or you pay bribe, you engage in fraudulent activities, the chief executive of the holding company, i.e. the company that's engaging you as a third-party service provider, may face prison term. Now, let me ask you a question against this background. If you were doing business, if you were a billion-dollar company based in the US, based within the EU, based in the UK, would a Nigerian partner be your natural choice? My answer is no. I'm sorry, but that's the reality. My answer is no. So if that is the challenge we face, whilst we address the other problems we face around social barriers and access to finance and all these different things, what are we putting in place to build formidable businesses to ensure that when the opportunity presents itself, we already are in a position to just take advantage of it? That is the conversation I'm here to have today. I'll try to do it in 10 minutes. Please, I need someone to keep me true on time. Whoever the person may be, just signal me from a distance. I'm talking to the organizers, please. If we have this challenge, how do we make sure that we reduce the cost of due diligence for large corporates that want to do business in Nigeria? One of the panel members, I can't remember their names, so I do apologize, made a very important point around collaboration. People do not always collaborate, or when you choose to collaborate, how do you choose who to collaborate with? How do you make sure that person doesn't pose a risk to your own reputation, to the work that you do? How do you make sure they don't compromise standards and cost you future work? You all sit in your organizations every day, you make decisions. But these are the realities that you face every day. I'm not here to tell you something new or something exciting. I'm not here more intelligent than you to tell you something you never thought of before. What I'm here to do is to facilitate a conversation, to make you question, to make you reflect, to make you re-strategize, and to make you, quite honestly, begin to think of the kind of team you're building, the kind of risks you map, the sort of solutions you implement, the sort of partners you choose to work with. That is my job. So you make notes and you take it. It's a very easy job. Typically, I give and I expect feedback. But I've been given the privilege of talking and then running away. So I'll take it. Okay. So let me talk about something that's been created by the federal government of Nigeria through an instrument called the Financial Reporting Council of Nigeria. Who's head of that organization? Financial Reporting Council of Nigeria. I know you have, madam. I've met you several times. Who's head of FRC? Fantastic. She said, of course. But I see a room of stairs. Who here has filed to FRC in the last 12 months? Of course. Probably you are non-NGX? You're on the board. Who's filed to FRC? Excellent. I see one or two hands. Who is aware that the FRC is the corporate governance regulator for Nigeria? I see a few other hands. I'm talking 1, 2, 3 hands here. Okay. Ladies and gentlemen, therein lies the risk. We want to do business. We want access to finance. We want to join the supply chain of large corporates. But we have not filed with FRC. We have not found a way to demonstrate our compliance. We have not found a way to demonstrate that we have good systems in place. So, who are you doing business with exactly? And are you doing it for now based on relationship and network, which means something, but for how long? Food for thought. The FRC very recently brought something into being called the Business Integrity Certification. And the reason why I stand here today, ladies and gentlemen, is because I am responsible for implementing that project. This project is funded by the UK Foreign Government, FCDO, the Foreign and Commonwealth Development Office. They are throwing a lot of money towards trade in Nigeria. And if anybody is really, if you understand what political economy means, if anybody has political economy analysis, understands how to do political economy analysis, the first question you ask is, why do the British care about trade in Nigeria? I mean, against the background of that we know that we are shifting from aid to trade. I mean, Trump has really turned everything upside down. For some people, it's an advantage. To other people, it's a bit dislocating. But ultimately, in everything, as business people, you must see opportunities. So why is the UK government funding something in Nigeria that doesn't really benefit them but benefits Nigeria? Because they understand and they are funding the Business Integrity Certification for one purpose only. The UK economy is in free fall. Brexit is taking effect. People like me knew. That's why we ran early, because we knew that the collapse will be imminent. And the fundamental thing that the UK needs to do, which has been its mantra for the last 5, 6 years, is trade. Increasingly in trading with the rest of the world. But you see, that trade also exists against the background of the UK Bribery Act and the UK fraud regulations. The companies still need to be able to do business here and make sure that they don't get into trouble based on the things I mentioned to you earlier. So, if they're going to come here and do due diligence, what are they going to work with? You talk about technology transfer. How can they transfer technology when they don't trust you? That's the problem of China today. I'll keep mentioning access to finance. People say it so easily. Oh, I don't have money. If I had money, I can transform things. If they gave you money, as they have given a lot of fintech companies money, and many of them have closed after only 3 years of operation, in an industry that's seen more than $150 million pour into it in the last 2-3 years alone, what do you think that says? And every single fintech that's collapsed has been a corporate governance reason. There's a corporate governance underlying issue. They have one demigod in charge. They have one guy who makes all the decisions about where money goes and where money comes from. Those sort of gaps, internal controls issues that come up, those are the sort of things that often lead to the collapse of those companies. So as a woman-owned business, you face the added challenge, the complex challenge of, as a woman-owned business, I need to generate business, but I need to generate business in an environment, in a context of weak governance, against the background of social norms that naturally thinks I'm not good for more than a few things. Are we seeing the challenge we face? Access to finance is not your problem. Trust is your problem. So let's explore. What does BIC do? BIC operates on the basis of 3 clear incentives. Number 1, we want more Nigerian companies to access international trade, benefit from the what do you call it? Well, we claim policies, but let me call it benefit from the activities of the Africa Continental Free Trade Arrangement. We all talk about it. Next is putting a lot of money behind it. How many people can actually access it? And that, don't tell me, is a Nigerian thing. It's not. There are no people who are accessing it who are not doing the Nigerian thing. They're running businesses the way they're supposed to run businesses. They're proving that they have what it takes to run the right kind of businesses. So how do we make sure that when the Americans and the British are coming to do business here and bring their money, which, by the way, the financial services, the legal sector in Nigeria is seeing, huge swathes of international law firms are partnering with Nigerian law firms, and those Nigerian law firms are exploding in size and in regional dominance. So you have to ask yourself the question, if the legal profession is doing it, clearly it's possible, but in the industry of trade, oil and gas, energy, whatever the case may be, what is our level of preparedness? That's a challenge. That's number 1, international trade. The second, which is a bit more local, how do we get more companies, SMEs, to join the supply chain of large corporates? I had a meeting with 2 different institutions. I'll give you those 2 very clear examples in a minute. One of them is a chamber, the biggest chamber in Nigeria, the most reputable chamber in Nigeria. And they took a couple of companies on a trade mission. And those companies had very, very interesting meetings and very fruitful discussions. And they said to them, go back to Nigeria, put together your prospectus, send us your due diligence, and we'll engage you. When they came back to Nigeria, of the many companies that came, and they said, okay, we, the chamber, will do the due diligence because we are the interlocutor. We are the guarantee providers of this. I think it was about 100 or something companies went on that mission, out of which only 14 were shortlisted. Imagine the resource that was wasted, all rushing off to go and do business in different parts of the world, and you come back, and out of the 100, only 14 made a shortlist. Out of those 14, do you know how many companies actually successfully completed due diligence and got any kind of investment? Madam knows the answer, I've said it many times. 4. 4 companies out of 100. Think of the opportunity cost of going to do all of this. And yet you came back and you didn't have the basic due diligence requirement documentation in place to qualify for investment. The investor is saying, I'm ready to give you money, and you can't even meet the qualification. And yet we all claim we're doing business. Now let me say something as a caveat. I understand that there are a lot of accidental business people who couldn't find opportunities and end up in business. But I don't think that reflects in this room. Because I think a lot of you in this room who started businesses were executives that left. So you're professionals. But yet, when I x-ray such businesses, it's still the same risks I see. Because we live in this sort of context where compliance doesn't yet represent what we believe to be risk, except for complying with FIRS or now the NRS or whatever we call it. We think that's the only risk we face. But as Nigeria unlocks, as Nigeria's macroeconomic positioning continues to grow, as we continue to gain pride of place globally as a destination to do business, what is our level of preparedness to tap into the opportunities when they present themselves? That is the question you must keep asking yourself. What is your level of commercial awareness beyond just what is being said in politics? The third strand is called the Nigeria First policy. Who's heard of that? Nigeria First policy. The president earlier this year didn't just speak to it, he actually put money behind it, a couple of billions behind it. Nobody in this room heard it? Great. So I see 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Out of a room of at least 50 people, 60 people maybe. Now let me tell you why I make that point. For all intents and purposes, all of you work in the energy industry, right? Are you aware that one of the pillar industries to be supported to scale is energy industry under the Nigeria First policy? Are we all aware of that? Great. If we're aware of that, have we gone to the extent of figuring out what exactly are we supposed to do to make sure we qualify for that? Where is the opportunity in that? Let me tell you. It's in the BIC. Because the noose in Nigeria is tightening, if you understand what I mean. For those of you who may have lived abroad, you know what I'm talking about. When I was 15, I got my national insurance number. When I was 16, I got my passport. And I realized one thing. Everything is linked together, without which I couldn't do much. In Nigeria, that's the same thing. Your NIN is creating itself. Your BVN is there. The system knows you. Whether you have a passport or not, the system knows you exist. So if that is tightening, that should tell us something about how Nigeria is growing. I use as an example to say this. The point of the Nigeria First policy is in light of the challenges we've faced economically, we need to find a way to recalibrate our economy. And beyond doing what we call protectionism in our own country, we call it economic deepening by accelerating certain industries to grow. Now, the fundamental element of that is this. If the Nigerian government can guarantee that private sector companies like yourself can be able to provide services to the tune of 1 trillion, that's what they're earmarking, at least $1 trillion of investment in this country should go to SMEs, because they know that you recruit the vast majority of young people in Nigeria who often are underemployed or completely left out of the workplace. How do we change that? That's why this came into place. What is the panacea? One of the things BPP has made clear, that's the Bureau of Public Procurement has made clear, is in choosing to implement the this Nigeria First policy, we face the same fundamental risk. How do we find the right SMEs that have the right capacity to do what they're supposed to do? Can I please have the BIC thing on the board, please? Put it up on the screen, rather. How do we find the right companies to do business? It's the same thing when you talk about collaboration. How do you know a good SME from a bad SME? That's a question you must ask yourself. Just because another woman in this room presents well with her Gucci bag and her absolutely beautiful wig, doesn't mean that she's not a shark, that when push comes to shove, she will steal your customer, undercut you, and take your business. Right? So let's not deceive ourselves about that. The same problem you face in the private sector is the same problem the public sector faces. There's over-invoicing. There's non-performance of contracts. It's a thing because we believe it's our national bread. I want you to call them. National cake, thank you. And I want my own portion of the national cake. You see, all too often we accuse government of being corrupt, but we forget that private sector facilitates the corruption. And that's the main problem, right? So, they are trying to find a way to make sure they find the good SMEs that can be part of the system, and that's why this BIC is a partnership between FRC and the BPP. FRC's role is create the market incentives, create competitive advantage, make sure that those companies that choose to do the right thing are not left out, which is what typically happens, because we have an absurd value system that's created itself in this country. We have like a warped value system, where doing the wrong thing gets you more, but doing the right thing doesn't always. How do we change that? It's through incentives. So I've listed it: international trade and access to new markets, Nigeria First policy, access to supply chain of large corporates who operate. So let me use Owando as an example. Owando just raised, not of late, but about a year ago, raised a lot of money. I think it's about $1 billion or so from the international markets. Owando faces the exact same risks as a company based in the US because he raised that money in the US dollars and he raised, I believe, from Canada. So what does that tell you, for instance? They have to be very careful who they allow into their supply chain because they understand that the failure to prevent bribery in their supply chain and the consequences of that scandal could cost Wale Tinubu so much. And he's not ready to lose any of that. So they'll rather just do everything themselves through servicing companies that they know rather than work with you. So it's not because you're a woman that walked into a room and nobody trusts you. It's because of the fact that they don't know the full extent of what you is. So, what the BIC stands to do is to create, and the BIC evolved from something called the SME Corporate Governance Guidelines, which is essentially extrapolated from the Nigerian Code of Corporate Governance. But Nigeria is beginning to recognize that you can't hold Dangote Industries to the same standard as a company that only makes $1 billion a year, which I'd like to think all of you are in that category. Well, you get there. So, what do we do in that case? We make sure that we simplify the code. We make sure we create standards that enable companies like yourself. Earlier, I heard one of the speakers speak to the fact that they had no policies. They had to evolve the policies to create the background against which things happen, to create the certainty and the predictability of processes. I think that's very key, right? So we have been leading the work alongside the FRC to implement the SME corporate... Oh, okay, sorry. To create the SME corporate governance guideline, because against those standards, it makes it easier for companies like yourself to understand what it means to have a board. What does internal controls mean? How do you maintain and keep your track record? If I asked people in this room that have run businesses for 10, 15, 20 years, what is the net worth of your business? What do you take into account? Is it just revenue? Is it just your network? Because that is your net worth in many ways. Is it your expertise? If I talk about succession plan, what is the plan in place? Is that something we've planned for? Somebody very interesting, I had a question for the panel before, but I thought not to ask it because I don't want to put anybody on the spot. But that question is in relation to STEM, thank you. In relation to STEM models, the question came up, the question I wanted to ask is, we talk too much about we need to address the challenge of more women in STEM, but the solutions are right there in front of us. All of you generate revenue. All of you are part of a network. What is the role of women-owned businesses partnering with universities to create opportunities and track for young women to get into STEM? And by virtue of doing so, build a pipeline. Right? We're looking for women in boards. Same thing. What are we doing to train the next generation of female executives to make sure that they get to board level? And it's women who are highly accomplished coming together and saying we're going to create this network. Doesn't require government, doesn't require legislation. And let me tell you, legislation never solves the problem. Legislation just creates a background. Culture determines outcomes, ultimately. So let me leave you with this note, ladies and gentlemen. Please, not just on your own, with your team, sit together, look at the business integrity certification. The challenge you face has nothing to do with the challenges that we have mentioned, but all of those are byproducts of non-functioning or ineffective corporate governance practices that look at certain elements of how our business is structured, how we make decisions on a strategic level, the role of the board, what the board is supposed to help you do in terms of risk management, in terms of thinking about the ecosystem and how you respond to the ecosystem and the challenges, how your staff are prepared, your ESG practices around resource management, all those very important things. Take that into account. Please go onto this website, register with the FRC. Currently, it is free to go through this process of registration, to go through the process of self-assessment, to go through the process of certification. By the end of March into April, that comes to an end. Use the opportunity to actually stress test your organization on all the fundamentals, and the answer will surprise you. Thank you very much.
Wow, a lot of questions there, and if we answer the questions, many of us will be found wanting yes, but that's exactly why the questions had to be asked, so that we close the gaps for ourselves. Please put the link back on screen. Some people still need to get it. Yes, it's free till the end of March. I already know some of the conversations in some certain people's heads. Me cannot go there. Before I go see there. No, go in there, see the gap, and close it, which is what the last panel just said. Sometimes, the solutions we need are looking at us in the mirror. They're inside of us. Just close the gap. Please join me appreciate Mr. Emmanuel Bosa for taking us on this journey, preparing us to close the gaps of corporate governance and beyond, so that we stop saying that finance is the problem. Because truly, more often than not, it's not true. There are other gaps that can be closed. And our next panel will take us in even further into the conversations. Our panel moderator has been here. All speakers are here. and we're ready to receive them on stage. Are you ready to receive them? You sure? Yes. Before they come up, there's a form that would be put up on screen right now where we need to get details of all those who are in the room. When our chair spoke at the start of the event, she had mentioned that this would happen. So please do well to scan the QR code. If you cannot scan it, it's either you need to change your phone, change the year, change where you're sitting, change the hair of the person in front of you. But whichever way, it's solvable. And if you cannot scan it after changing all these things, we need to pray for you. So scanned, you might need to zoom in if you're really far back, but it will work. If you've scanned, please say, I have. If you haven't, say, hold on. Yes, a number of hold-ons going on. It takes you to a form. Please fill in your details. We'll give you a moment to fill that before I bring on our panel so that we're not multitasking, which, by the way, is something we've said women should do less to be more efficient and effective. Yes, because sometimes, I'm a woman, I can multitask. I'm like, no wonder you're not better than you are. Because if you were single tasking, you would have been doing so much better. So please, it's not a thing of pride to be multitasking. And I'm coming purely from the medical point of view. The brain is not created to do so many things at the same time. Focus on one, get it done right, and then move on to the next item. We get better results. Always that way. If you're done filling the form, say, I'm done. Oh, fantastic. Nobody's done yet. Great. I'm seeing so many heads down. I'm not sure if you're filling the form or you're checking your WhatsApp status, just to be sure. Are you filling the form? Oh, yes, great, good. Just wanted to check. I'm seeing a number of heads come up. Are we done? Yes? Should I hold on? Say hold on if you need a few more seconds. Say, Joyce, hold on. Oh, nobody's speaking back. All right, let me welcome now the moderator for Panel 2, Effective Advocacy and Strategic Networking for Women's Advancement. Are we ready? Are we ready? No, there's no response yet. Okay, are we ready? Yes, please join me. Welcome Head of Social Performance at First Exploration and Petroleum Development Company, First EMP, Aibatoye Benjamin Baswo. Please receive her as she makes her way to stage. Over 3 decades, she has worked across oil and gas, energy, NGO sectors. Her focus is to ensure that leadership within the organization where she works right now continues to sustain its social profile. She's interested and has always been in the space of national, international collaboration And today, as she steers the conversation, I'm sure she'll be sharing also her experience in making this happen. She's here now, so welcome, ma'am. Joining her right up is General Manager, Partner Relations and Regulatory Affairs for Nigeria Mid-Africa Business Unit at Chevron International. Please welcome Edwina Kentebe Oluwakayode as she makes her way up. She's been in this role since sometime 2025, and in this role, she oversees the interactions with NNPC Limited, NNPC Upstream Investment Management Services, NUPRC, NMDPRA, NIMASA, NPA, ensuring that work is moving, work flows. And of course, as a woman who tends to be the only woman in many rooms, I'm sure she will share with us some of her thoughts about how to advance the conversation. She's seated now. Please appreciate her. Thank you. Mrs. Folashade Adekeye, FCIPM, will also join this conversation. A visionary and transformational leader with over 25 years of experience and expertise in strategic human resource management and human capacity development. Director of NNPC Academy, overseeing capacity development of NNPC Limited. And she will share of her experience with us today. Are we happy to have her here with us? Welcome. Thank you, ma'am. We're happy to have another he for she with us in this second panel. Please welcome Mr. Chikezie Nwosu as he makes his way to stage. Founder and Group CEO, HSI Energies. Almost 40 years of experience in local and international in this energy industry. He has won several awards, including the Nigerian Oil and Gas CEO of the Year, integrated by Business Day of Nigeria, profiled by Forbes, Africa, and beyond. What an honor to have you here with us. And joining this panel, please welcome Remi Amo as she makes her way to stage. She's the Managing Director of Fonte Group, a player in the Nigerian energy sector. You would always see her on her laptop and having conversations, even when she's supposed to be resting, and I know that. Distinguished engineer and business executive, and I'm sure she has a lot to share. Please welcome Remi Amo. She's seated now. Madam Moderator, over to you. Microphones are all working. All you need to do is tap to turn on, and it's good to go. Welcome.
Hello. Can you hear me? I think you can hear me. I think I'm fine.
Sound?
Thank you.
Volume?
Is it okay?
He'll take the volume up just a bit.
Okay, great.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. We're not going to go into listing the problems. You already know them. I mean, the last speaker blew our minds, basically X-raying us. I'm sure some of us wanted to hide in a corner. I know I did. And then the last panel also did the same. They told us our problems. And we hear this quite often in the sector. We all know the problems, gender-related problems. This panel today will therefore not be listing the problems. We will rather be preferring solutions. We will be talking about how we can move advocacy into influence, sustainable influence, and how we can move networking into setting up strategic alliances that speak for you in the boardroom when you're not there. And so panels, we have a job cut out for us. The audience, I'm sure they're looking for a playbook, something that will tell us how to. Before I get into the panels and the questions, I want to tell you a little bit about how the structure would be. The session, I'll do 2 rounds of questions with the panelists, and then I would open the floor to the audience. Take a couple of questions depending on the time we have. So audiences, prepare your questions. Make them very short, I tell you up front. Otherwise, I will come in like a shark, like Emmanuel said. Okay. And then you may also come back with comments. And then we'll come back and do a closeout question and the wrap up. Okay. I will start with Mrs. Edwina Ketembe Oluwakayode. Okay, in an era of performative gestures, how can professionals, especially women, move beyond surface level advocacy to meaningfully influencing policy and corporate direction, especially when they do not have formal authority?
Thank you so much. Good afternoon, distinguished ladies and gentlemen. So for me, effective advocacy, it's not about, attending events or statements. It's more about the systems and effective leadership. So from a Chevron perspective, I would say effective advocacy is when it aligns with Chevron way. And what is our Chevron way? It's our internal compass, who we are, what we believe in, how we treat people, how we collaborate. And we have seen over the years, and I'm a living testimony, that Chevron takes diversity, equity, and inclusivity very seriously, ensuring that there's no form of discrimination. We also ensure that our processes are fair, and also we create that enabling environment for everyone to be able to thrive and bring out their best. So influence is not all about leadership in the sense that you don't have to be able to influence decisions, to be, up there in the organizational chart. So what I've seen with a lot of ladies in Chevron, and before saying that, when we look at even our executive level, over 50% are women in Chevron, but they all have similar attributes and behaviors. They always challenge the status quo. They make themselves very visible, asking very meaningful questions, collaborating across teams, and always being very solution oriented, problem solvers. But the thing is, as leaders, as women, we also have a role to play in that we need to be intentional in building the credibility, the capability of these individuals. Because sometimes if you just sit back and if this set of individuals are not very verbal, just like giving myself as an example, I always believe, yes, I'll just deliver. I don't need to also network. Maybe when the opportunity comes, somebody will recognize me. And I've been lucky. But going that extra mile as leaders, when we identify folks with those attributes, we should ensure that we go that extra mile in bringing out, giving them those projects, putting them in projects or assignments where they can really, really demonstrate, what the stuff that they're made of. Thank you.
So what I remember, you basically said that women have to be problem solvers. They have to be intentional. They have to build a credibility. You have to be somebody who can be trusted, can be relied on, and then you have to make yourself visible. So thank you very much. Okay. Mrs. Folashade Adekeye, talent pipeline. So, in the energy transition and evolving technical landscape, how do we architect advocacy into our operational DNA? Specifically, what matrix or gates should executives use to ensure that women are not only entering the sector, but are being actively championed for the board level?
Thank you. I think I want to start by saying, I heard the first panel and herself also. It's like you guys have been in this business for long. You have established women group in your companies. I'd like to announce proudly that we come a long way in NMPC. We're on a journey, and we're inaugurating our first NMPC women group on Monday. I expected a bigger shout. So that's part of the journey. It's part of where we're moving to as women. So now we're going to have a voice. Before now, you'll be wondering that, some people would ask themselves, you mean there was no women group in NMPC? There was none. Thank you for saying at last. We had the women in oil and gas, WOIG and all the others, but NMPC women, we are launching that on Monday. You are all invited. So that takes a visionary leader. So I heard her say 50% of the executives are women. We are not yet in 50%, but we're coming up. We've gone far beyond where we used to be. And what we have today is what is christening this now, where we have some women at the top who feel, come on, we can do this. We can have a voice. We can come together. So when you have a voice, it's easier for you to implement some of this. So when I was coming for this event, I said to myself that, thank God it wasn't last year. Because if at the end of the day we're challenged to say, what are you going to do differently, what would I be able to do? But that's not limiting. I want to encourage anyone here whose company hasn't started this yet. We've started already. You need to join the train. It's very important that we have a voice. There was a question that was asked the panel before this. If they had a women group, it would be easy for them to address this kind of concerns. So coming to your question, I would look at it from the lens of operating model, in the sense that let me take typically in our industry. If I ask everybody here what's the most critical thing in our industry, I'm sure everybody will echo safety. Did somebody say safety beside you? That person is smart. It's safety, actually. So if you look at it from the point of view of safety, how do we take safety? We don't take safety as goodwill. We don't take safety as nice to have. We take it as seriously something we must have. And so until we get to that point where we have advocacy as something that we must have at the table, our journey is just starting. So that's what I'm saying. I'm saying that the way we take safety, like we in NMPC, for every meeting like this, would have our safety moment. And we've gone beyond safety moment now to sustainability, ethics, and all of that. So it's time to bring advocacy. It's time for us to create space for people to be able to, naturally express themselves. If I tell you there's so many male executives who are interested in female development, but they have not been given the chance. Even with the women are not doing like we need their voices. But I like what the MC said earlier. We are women, and so they are men. We want to do what men can do. We have been wired to be able to do even much more. However, we have the place for the men. So I would also want to add that, apart from seeing it from something as serious as safety, you also need to see it from something as serious as, today we have sustainability, ESG. You don't play with all those also. Potential investors also look at some of these indices, diversity. So where are you on that as a company? No matter how little your company is, it means a lot. So those are gates. The ESG is a gate. You can also look at the gate of how often do you get your women promoted Do they have a level playing ground? And saying that, to be honest, I always say whenever I find myself, I say women shouldn't take this DEI as liberty for not developing yourself. You have to continue to upskill yourself. So when they say, okay, what is the percentage of women that we have here? How many women are ready to go now? Maybe 1 year readiness, 2 years. Where would you fit in? So if somebody wanted to sponsor you, let's make it easy for other women to sponsor us. Am I communicating? So some of us are there, we feel somebody is not sponsoring me. How am I going to sponsor you if you don't have the right qualifications? I'd only sponsor you if you make it easy for me to sponsor you. We must be able to position ourselves to be supported, to be sponsored. So it's not as if we're running a race with the men. We're just saying that we're at par with them. And sometimes we're even far better, but most of us don't even realize there's a gate that comes earlier. That gate is when women are transiting from supervisory role to manager role. You have more people there, but how many people scale through? So when we're busy looking at the C-suite level, what about that managerial level? How are we supporting women to scale through and move into that level? It is when they're there that they will be part of that pool and come to the C-suite. So there's so many gates. Those are just some of the gates, so because of time. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you very much. I was beginning to wonder whether I should step in. Obviously, this is a topic you're very passionate about, and the passion comes through. So thank you very much. You did mention the ESG gates. You reminded the women that we must continue to upskill ourselves. You said that women should never see this promotion as a handout. It's something that we must be qualified for. You mentioned that leadership should provide the platform for women to have a voice. And I'm not quite sure about this, but I'll put it there if that's something you said. Did you say something about advocacy being measurable? Okay, should be measurable. Okay, and is that something you would expect that should be placed on the executives? Advocacy for gender inclusion. Women to be placed on the executives, right? Okay, I can see Mr. Moses shaking his head, so we'll go right up to you now. Do you want to comment on that before I take your question?
Yes. So when we talk about advocacy, the way I would approach it is to say that when you take a look at your performance metrics in an organization, you can include that as a performance metric. It's not all about safety, zero, LTI, and all that. What are the gender metrics that you put in as part of the performance of the organization? I'll take the question and then weave it into it so that you understand where I'm coming from when I say those are important.
Great, because I have a very long one for you. As the only group CEO sitting here, you're bringing in a wealth of experience. Okay, so as we navigate the complexities of the energy transition, we know that the most resilient organizations are those that successfully move women from the periphery into core leadership. From your vantage point, again, as a group CEO, what does the evolution from symbolic support to strategic advocacy look like in practice? Specifically, tell us about the operational levers you have found most effective.
Thank you very much. First of all, let me start by congratulating NNPC. And I have no doubt whatsoever that I know the leadership that delivered this, because I worked with that same leadership. So my warm regards to Bayo Ojulari, who I worked with in Shell, and I saw his push to make sure that women were included in the leadership and development function. So it shows that he's continued with that process. When you want to move from, gender conversations as simply a symbolic thing, you have conferences, people speak about it, to strategic advocacy, you then have to be able to create a system whereby the impact of having gender diversity in the organization is measurable. Now, there are so many studies that have been done about the impact of having women at every single level of the organization. I know that it's not just about forming women networks. You must have both men and women, but especially women, who are at the C-suite or the board level, who continue to drive down that strategic advocacy throughout the organization until it becomes a culture. A culture in the sense that even when they are not there, this can be continued. I'm happy to say that I'm seeing quite a number of women, my good sister here, who is on the board of some of the top emerging indigenous companies. And I hope that they take that position seriously, not only from what they can contribute with respect to board governance, but going beyond board governance and looking into the organization and making sure that gender diversity is captured as a performance metric. Now, the conversation around what we need to do with gender diversity, it should actually start from, and that's why I like professional organizations, the outreach, and especially in the oil and gas industry and transition to renewables. There must be outreach programs that, reach out to women at the very early stage of life. I'm talking about primary school. So the question I ask when I look at this, and it's a challenge to this organization, where are the young girls who are in primary school who you invited to attend this conference? Is it tomorrow? Brilliant. Okay, so I think I will try and show up again tomorrow. Okay, so it's important to have that engagement at an early stage. The Society of Petroleum Engineers does it, and I'm happy to understand that your organization does that as well. Because when I've spoken to women leaders that I've encountered, I've asked them questions around, why did you make a choice to come into a male-dominated? Because forget it, this oil and gas industry is still male-dominated. But go back a decade, it was still male-dominated. What drove you? And they said because they met a woman who was a top engineer. So you can understand that encouragement when young children, young female children see that there are women at the very top of their game. C-suite, board-level engineers and all that. That's very important. Now, what do you do in a corporate organization like a company to make sure that that pipeline that is created out of a different type of advocacy, which is now, maybe professional, organizational, and all that, comes into the structure of your company? I start with the kind of practical things you can do. STEM is very important. Organizations must encourage that when they take internships from universities and everything, they should create a balance between the male and female interns that they're bringing into the organizations. Number two, you structure your talent pipeline right from recruitment, because people think that talent pipeline starts from when you identify the person in your organization as a talent. It starts from your recruitment practices. You cannot start a recruitment process, and this is something that you can embed in HR policy. You cannot start a recruitment process unless you have ensured that you've done as much as possible to bring in as many female candidates as there are male candidates. Sometimes I hear the story that it's not possible. And I say to my people, go to LinkedIn and go and start looking. Bring them in. And I'm talking about qualified female candidates. So HR policy should be that if there is a recruitment effort that is going on and all the people who are being invited are men, they have it wrong. Okay? And it must be a policy thing. Yeah? It doesn't matter whether there are 10 men and 2 women or whatever. There must be a policy to at least include women in that batch of recruitment. That's number one. Number two is please do not make the panel that is recruiting all male. Because again, you immediately disadvantage the female candidates who you're bringing in. So as a practice, that should be that HR should say, when we are recruiting, the panel must have a mix of men and women. Because what a man will look at from a candidate is not exactly the same thing a woman will look at from a candidate. The women are a little bit more perceptive about a long-term sustainability of the person's career path than men are very outspoken when they come to interviews. A lot of men, and they can sell you whatever you want to be sold. I've had men write to me and say to me that people who want to come into the organization, that they would change the entire organization. That's how courageous they are. Now, when you come to succession planning as well, in your talent management, also have that focus. And as a policy, succession planning, no job critical roles in an organization should be allowed to, be embedded without having women candidates who are, going to be interviewed to succeed. I'm not saying give them an advantage. I'm just saying make it equitable and make it a policy. Now, I'll give you an example of what the advantage, and it's a business critical thing. So when you're selling this within an organization, it must be clear to you what you're actually selling. You're not just selling gender diversity as symbolic. You're making the case of why statistics and data demonstrate that business performance is linked to that gender diversity. I was just coming from a meeting of a board technology solutions company where I chair the board technology committee. And we're looking at our technology policy and strategy. And I pleaded with the lady, who is one of the top technology people in the country. I said to her, I'm going to say something about, what happened at this meeting. I know what happened. We had read through the entire technology policy and strategy. And all the men, there's just one woman on the board, all the men had missed some very critical points. And then she started going after it, one after the other. And I paused and I said, attention to detail. That is what I've discovered that women bring more to the table than men. Okay? That attention to detail. So take that as a plus. That, in your organization, if you want to get it right, it is not just a symbolic thing. And when you talk about strategic advocacy, it is something that needs to be embedded. And it must permeate through the entire organization, including your supply chain management process. Encourage women who are service providers, to compete for positions. Make sure that when contracting is happening, requests for quotations and everything, that you also reach out to companies that are led by women. I mean, I have Lona Beck here, who basically is one of the top engineering firms, if I say, in the industry. Nobody can say she's not doing a great job. So why is there in a SCM process, why would she be missing in any engineering SCM process? So these are practical things you can put. Last but not the least, I don't want to take too much airtime. When I'm looking at performance metrics from an organization, and I don't see one that relates to gender, I know the organization has lost it. Yeah? If I see production safety, I see unit OpEx, whatever and everything, and I'm looking down, I'm saying, okay, where are the metrics that you use to measure that you have actually delivered on gender diversity that improves your business performance, and I don't see it, then I know that you haven't yet gotten to that point. Thank you very much.
Awesome, that was loaded, totally loaded. We're building the playbook. So I think I want to take the last comment you made, because I think that's pretty profound and tends to cover everything you said. An organization must have specific metrics for delivering gender inclusivity. And I think that would go to speak to supply chain, it would go to speak to succession management or talent management, it would go to speak to recruitment strategy, it would go to speak to the entire organization. So thank you very much for that. There was something you did say, though. You said that you do not think it should be, I can't recall the word, it shouldn't be exceptional for women, it shouldn't be special for women. I mean, promotion or recruiting women shouldn't be something that you look at specifically for them. Pardon my word. But the impression I get is, how do you therefore position intentionality? If we have a situation where lots of girls, as we know now, may not be exactly qualified. If, say, the cutoff mark is 50, they probably would make 49. What are you going to do in that situation? Would you therefore still say, you're not qualified, so we're not going to recruit you? Or is there something extra that the corporation should do? I'm going to ask you to hold on to that. I'll pass the question on to Remy first before I ask you your own question. Thank you.
All right. I think you can hear me now. Can you repeat the question, please?
I'm just going to describe the scenario.
All right.
I think several years ago, when we started talking about women, there was this talk about proactive engagement. So, and I gave a scenario. I said, what if you have women in a recruitment panel? You're not a recruitment panel, you're recruiting, and you have a number of women there, and every one of them makes like 49%. And the cutoff mark is 50%, and all the men make 50%. And you really want to have women in that group. And what are you going to do? And we've all been told, don't reduce value.
Okay. Okay, that's a very interesting question. All right. So first of all, it depends on the position, right? There's some position that require extreme technical competence. And if the cutoff mark was made for that, I think you have to follow the company procedures for that cutoff mark. However, what I can say is perhaps there needs to be like follow-up interviews with those candidates, the female candidates, to see if there's a trend, or perhaps maybe the questions were biased, right? That's another possibility. So it could be the way the questions were framed, or something else. But there's usually a lingering, there should be a lingering reason if there's a big gap between the male and females, especially for technical positions. Yeah.
Thank you very much. Do you want to respond now, please? Thanks for that. I really like the fact that you've noted that it's possible that the questions were may have been unintentionally biased, because sometimes they may well be.
So if we remove the unintentional bias, one of the things I've mentioned is that why you have a process whereby women and men come into a recruitment process and the men seem to have an advantage is because prior to that recruitment process, the opportunities for the women to be taken into internships, into the companies, into the company to either, I think some companies don't take NYS, but undergraduate internships, STEM efforts, it's not been done properly. So a lot of the things I see during recruitment, if I look at the CVs of the men and the women, I see that there is a little bit of intentionality about how the men have built up, their profiles to come to those interviews. So you learn a lot more through practice, than through theory. Let me put it that way. So if we provide the same opportunities for women to go through those same kind of processes, I don't think you will have those challenges. And if we then do, then just like she said, it's a challenge of quality. But I cannot take it as a challenge of quality until I make sure that, there is an equitable way of judging them. So what I would do in that situation, and it's not 49 and 50, I don't think anybody does a cut mark of 49 and 50. So let me say 69 and 70. I would take a look at the CVs, and this has to be escalated. Remember that the recruitment process does not stop with HR. It is escalated to more senior executive. Now, they should take a look at it and look at the profiles and try and have an understanding of whether the interview, because the interview itself alone, the recruitment interview alone, is not sufficient to make a call on whether a candidate will be good for the organization. Okay? Now, if it's a small percentage point difference, and you want to create that gender diversity balance, take a look at the profiles of the candidates, see where those gaps are, see whether there are things you can address for the female candidate. And sorry, I would hire the woman.
Totally. Actually, that was what I wanted to hear. Because sometimes we have to go the extra mile.
And it's like a disadvantage position.
Absolutely. Thank you very much for that. Thank you very much for that. Please give him a round of applause. Okay, Remy, your question. As women transition into senior leadership, what new networking strategies do they need to display? And what are the specific mistakes that often prevent these high-level connections from turning into long-term strategic opportunities?
All right, thank you. I think early in our careers, we've been told to attend events, meet people, and exchange contacts, which is a great starting point, especially if you're a young woman advancing in your career. But as you grow further in the industry, there's a reason to now start building intentional relationships and building relationships with people within your network. So I'll talk about.
There's one next to you, just beside you.
Hello? Hello? Okay. All right. So I'll talk about 3 strategies that have worked for me, right? So one of the first strategy that has worked for me was to network beyond the ecosystem that I'm comfortable with, which is the oil and gas ecosystem, right? So it's important to build networks not just within your immediate access. If you're in the oil and gas industry, are you building networks around technology? Are you building networks around policymakers? Are you building networks outside Nigeria? If you have the opportunity to travel to other countries, Ghana, Mozambique, or other African countries, are you exploring other opportunities there? Are you exploring opportunities and networking within the finance industry, especially if you're coming from an entrepreneurship background or if you want to own a business later on in the future? Because trust me, having those networks can come in handy. Secondly, you also want to focus on value exchange when you're networking. So it's not just about I want to get a contract or whatever. Let me try to pitch my service, right? So try to understand where the pain points of who you're trying to target is, right? What are their real problems, right? And a way to know this is by coming to networking events, sensing the room, and discussing with people and say, okay, what are 3 core problems you have in your organization, and see how you can add value to those people. And third, but not last, and to me it's one of the most important ways to network, is to serve in professional organizations. There's so many organizations within our industry. There's WIEN, Women in Energy Network, there's WIOG, there's WIMBIZ, there's NCDMB. So there's so many industry organizations, and they're always looking for women to serve. And a lot of us don't volunteer for this, right? So service is an amazing way to put your name out there, and people are willing to give chances to people that they've seen serve in capacity. For example, for me, I was a fortunate recipient of the NCDMB Women in Oil and Gas leadership course at Lagos Business School, right? And it's one of the best programs, executive programs I've ever taken to. And I've taken programs in Nigeria and abroad, right? And when I was given the chance to come here and speak, I can't say no, even as an introvert, right? So that's my way of giving back and serving, right? So those are the strategies that have worked for me. Thank you.
Thank you so very much, Romy. Basically, what you said is, number one, network beyond your ecosystem. And the way I see that playing is you need to first identify where you want to be in a number of years. Where do you want to see yourself in 10 years, 15 years? And then identify the stakeholders that you need to relate with and begin to network right up front. Intentionality. Again, you said, be a problem solver. You alluded to what Adriana had said at the beginning. Be a problem solver. And thirdly, you said identify existing organizations and volunteer to serve. So it ties again to be a problem solver. So thank you very much. We're building a playbook. How am I doing with time? Oh, I've got 10 minutes. Where did the time go to? We'll pretend we didn't hear that, should we? Okay, so I think we have, I'll probably take 2 questions from the audience.
question and you would like to ask it right here, please do well to raise your hand. I'll bring the microphone to you. Or a comment. Comment? Yes, Madam Moderator. Oh, additional points that may have been left out. Yes, please. Additions to make.
Okay, thank you very much. And I'd like to say a big thank you to our erudite panelists. Fantastic presentation. And thanks for sharing your experience across industry advocacy. I just want to talk about my own experience on advocacy and one thing we have not done well. And I remember, Chikeze, we asked you this question during one of the LBS classes, and we still have the situation now. So in 2021, during the PIB review to PIA, we were at the National Assembly. Ladies, industry women flew in from virtually everywhere because, thank God for COVID, and the entire 238 pages of PIB we reviewed, and we came up with 7-point position, of which industry DEI was a major point. And then we presented to the Senate, we presented to the House of Rep. And within 48 hours, because 31 years before then, there was no single woman on the board of NNPC. And as at PIB, NNPC is still state-owned, And of course, media carried it. It was all over newspaper, this women group. And within 48 hours, they got in a woman, dropped a guy, because normally they're supposed to pick a board member from each of the 6 geopolitical zones. And then we were all, oh, yeah, we got it, and so excited. And then 2021 PIA was passed. Then they now brought in 2 other women. They retained the other woman, brought in 2 other women, and then we now had 50-50. So 3 men, 3 women, and then a woman even became the board chair. And it was so beautiful. They had plans. They wanted to take NNPC to IPO, all sorts and all that. And then another government, came in, and then everything was dissolved, and all the balloon just went down. And then later we had just 1 woman, and then currently there is even none. From the 6 geopolitical zone, who are the core board. And what we didn't do right, so we did all the advocacy, the senators, all of them, but there was no policy to back it up such that it can be sustainable. So, Ogachi Kezi, I'm asking you again, how can we make this advocacy sustainable? So it's not just when I am there or when she's there, or, let it be recurring, let it be sustainable. Thank you.
I think you answered the question. It's not policy. And that's what I keep talking about, that it takes a long time, for it to become culture. And the pathway towards that is policy. So you answered it. So what happened was, somebody decided that, okay, we needed to have representation of women on the NNPC board, more representation of women. Remember, it's not policy, And then once it's not policy, even if you do it 2 or 3 times, the next time around you could have an all-male board, Now, but if you had a policy, after a couple of years, I'd say maybe about a decade, it would no longer be an issue of whether we are relying on the policy or whether it's become a culture in the organization. You follow what I'm saying? The policy and culture can start marrying themselves because you've used that policy to embed that. So you answer the question yourself. The reason why you have an all-men NNPC board now is because there's no policy that allows the representation of women on the NNPC board. None. What do? You answered it. Policy. Some of these things, I do not know, I don't understand the legislature that much. But women, like female organizations like this, can make a case. Why can't you make a case to the National Assembly, for such critical organizations to make sure that there's equal representation of women on the board? Why not? So coming out of some of these conferences where these kind of issues are raised, then your communique should capture things as critical as this. To be quite honest, it should.
Absolutely, and actually, individuals can sponsor policies. We can sponsor laws as groups. So we can also look for a senator or a legislator and work with them to sponsor policies. It's a great point. Thank you very much for bringing that out.
Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you to the panelists. I'm very excited to see a man in the midst of the panel. Pamela Daniels from First AMP, and I work with the security department. I'm the security advisor in First AMP. So I want to take it from the angle of upbringing, from the home, from the family. Before I get to that point, a few days ago I saw something online. A medical doctor put up a post online that anytime he sees a woman write something, or anytime he sees a woman want to say something, that he just feels that it's rubbish that wants to come out of the person's mouth. I'm like, did I read this thing right, or am I dreaming? And there were reactions to the post, and I'm like, I don't get it, I don't understand it. And it seems to show that, it goes to show that it is about the way these people are raised. You see in families where you're telling a girl, do this, you prepare your dolls, you feed them, all those kind of things, and then the men are told to go and play football and go and do whatever it is that they do. I've often said this thing whenever I meet people having discussions. Beyond training your girl child, what are you doing to your boy child? Because these people grow up together, and then you see girls being bullied in class. I actually grew up in an environment where I didn't allow anybody bully me. It was like that for me growing up, and maybe that's how I found myself in a male-dominated industry. And in my industry, I faced a whole lot of bullying, and it's a lot. I think we should take this education to also families beyond the corporate settings and boardrooms. We are here, we are women raising kids. Then the men too should raise their boys to respect women. Beyond that, in the offices, what are the men doing to create an opportunity for women to actually serve in their positions? So while we're talking to the women and telling them, do this, do that, do this to get an edge, not necessarily an advantage, we should also educate the men. Don't forget that you have these people to balance out the equation and make things move properly. Because like you rightly said, sir, there is a thing that women bring into organizations and even into life that the men on their own selves, by themselves, cannot entirely bring into any setting that they come into. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Please, I would like to read 2 questions from the screen here from our participants online. Question number 1 says, as a recent graduate seeking your first role, no, not this one. What are some of the organizations and networks that Remy mentioned we should get involved in? So she's asking for a list, please. And how can recent graduates gain practical training in engineering while waiting for the NYSC placement, since many companies require NYSC certificates? Sounds funny, but not very funny. Over to you, ma'am.
Okay. So the first questions are the organizations for youths. So there are various organizations. So one is Women in Energy Network. There's Women in Oil and Gas, WIOG. So there's WIEN, there's WIOG. There's WIMBIZ. There's Society of Petroleum Engineers, which is an international organization, right? And I always tell people that for all these organizations, especially technical organizations, you don't have to be in STEM or engineering to join those organizations. There are other organizations, there are non-profit organizations that you can join. You don't have to join, well, it's great if you join organizations in your industry, but there's also other ways you can contribute, right? So there's various organizations, so if you have a specific need, you can reach out to me. I'm open to letting you know more about organizations. And what was the second question again?
Okay. Second question. Okay, the second question is about someone who is a copper, NYSC, and experience. How do they get jobs when they're still serving? And I think rightly I'll tell you, I have a niece who is done school. You know, these days it takes a long time for some funny reason before they're called to do NYSC. It's amazing that they will be at home for like 3 months, 4 months. They're not even sure when they'll be called. So that's our story. However, what did she do? This girl took the bull by the horn. She went searching for a place for internship. And I told her, I said, nobody's going to take you. Like my organization, you don't have a letter from your school. She said I should watch her. And she got a bank. So those are the kind of children we have now. She got a place in the bank. She explained to them. She did her profile, made a first class, did a profile, told them that I can't just sit at home. Can I meet who is in charge of HR or something here? This girl by herself got a place. So like somebody said earlier, it's about you making the effort. Nobody's going to pull you. You need to raise your hand and make that effort. If a child can go out of her way and get a place for internship, I think anybody can do so. Thank you.
Thank you very much. So I think we'll do the closing round now. I have one question for all the panel members. I'll start with you, Edwina, and we'll just do the round. If we reconvene next year, what concrete shift would you personally commit to influencing within your sphere of control?
Thank you. Sound here, please.
All right. So for me personally, in the supply chain management space in procurement, I am going to be intentional on looking out for the underrepresented vendors, focusing really on the women, and see how a niche can be carved out, some scope reservation. I think that's very important. So by next year, I'll give you the outcome, the numbers, and I'm positive it's going to be very successful. Thank you.
Please use your mic. Thank you. Use your mic. The same question to you, please.
Okay, thank you. It's been such an exciting time here. So for me, I would say I would be very intentional. In our capacity building efforts, we haven't been very focused or intentional on DEI. We have been on them, including HSC, sustainability, ESG on our curriculum, but we're going to be very intentional now and bring in DEI. Thank you.
All right. Okay, you can hold me to this. HSI Energies has 4 subsidiaries. HSI Refining and Petrochemicals, HSI Gas and Power, E&P, and Renewables. By this time next year, 2 of those subsidiaries will be led by women.
Bold. Wow. Bold. Awesome. Awesome indeed.
All right. For me, I would love to see more young women being put in more roles of executive and leadership positions. And I'm willing to be a mentor to women who are interested in that. Because I see there's a lot of push for leadership and everything, but sometimes we forget the youths or we forget the young women, right? So I would love to see more intentionality from companies regarding that. And yeah, that's it. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much to the panelists. I'd like to do a quick summation of some of the things that came out. I think the very big one is that we can drive policy change, and we really need to do that. By next year, I want to see us giving a report on how far we've gone on this. Remember, we started off by committing that we're going to set out a playbook, and this is a big part of that. Okay, we also, the panelists, I'm part of them. I just prodded them to bring out all the lovely things in their heads, I'm part of the brain. So thank you very much. So we actually advise ladies that you should be constantly upgrading yourself. Women, do not sit and expect that any promotion will be handed down. We must intentionally upgrade ourselves. We also said that advocacy must be intentional. It must include planning for the future, identifying the stakeholders that you would be impacting or who will be impacting you, and intentionally going after them from the beginning. We also talked about that we can have influence even without a title. And it all depends on being competent, putting yourself out there, being visible, and finding a say. And I think that was the other big one. Mr. Chikeze, thank you very much for these up for us by saying that out of the three. So thank you very much. And a round of applause to the audience as well.
Answers were elicited from to join you. Our chair, who is guiding? One step. So sorry that we ran out of time and I couldn't bring the microphone to you. 2 days. Mr. Chikeze, the desire. Are you sure? They were not doing policy phase here based on the commitments made today. Thank you so for the commitments. Thank you for raising what we would hear from Chevron. These two subsidiaries would also be speakers at the. And when we return, we will go into different conversations. Some of the conversation will be about opportunities. The third one is about overcoming imposter syndrome in high example field work with family life and more. We have session moderators, session discussion come up from this panel and the one before, and then we would have a really good end of the day together. The same is it 1:50 your time? What is your time? Same. Oh, it's the same. We're in the same place. Yes. So at 2:50 your time, we'll be back here to have the next conversation. Thank you all so much for your cooperation. Thank you all to the photos and more. The ushers will guide us all to where we're receiving food from, where we are sitting to eat, though it's right back here. The ushers will guide. Thank you.
To be paid. If there's no policy to receive you without NYSC certificates, you cannot be paid. But if you decide to volunteer, to intern without pay, almost any organization would accept you. Now that answers the question for the person who said, what do I do whilst I wait for NYSC? So at that time, your parents, your guardians, your aunties and uncles will still foot your bills. And I agree completely because we've had some experiences in our own family amongst all of us. So please, make the request, ask.
We have about 5 minutes to reconvene. 5 minutes, 5 minutes. So please gradually round off lunch, gradually make your way to your seats, gradually do your interviews. See you in 5 minutes. was intimidated by my sound. I know. Welcome back, everyone. Glad to have us here. Thank you for staying. Thank you for taking the cause seriously. We're building bridges, empowering women for sustainable energy future. That's what we've been doing. And sometimes we build bridges without even realizing what we're doing. By attending an event like this, reigniting or igniting a connection that you have, a bridge has been built. Something you have heard today, something that has been said, will be used for the betterment of your organization and for women in the sector. So please put your hands together for the organizers of this conference, the Nigerian Women in Oil and Gas Conference and Mentorship Program. If your hands are still yours, they are still with you, they're strong, they're healed, they're healthy, please put them together. If you're done eating, please put your hands together. If you are not drinking water right now, please put your hands together. If your hand is not in a handshake with someone else, please put them together. Thank you very much. I will welcome a dear woman who is with us who sits on a lot of money, or well, sits on the access to a lot of money. You need to know her. You need to have her contact, have her email address, maybe even her house address. She needs to be in your WhatsApp group. She needs to be your friend. You need to be her sister. She's the head of the Lagos office, Nexim Bank. Please welcome Madam Daniela Jarikre Ikazobo as she comes forward to tell us a little bit about what Nexim can do for you. Somebody say, what can you do for me? What can you do for me lately? Please, we'll move it up. Yes, please. Yes, come now, come. You come now. Come, please. No, yes. This was for me to bring you up. Please, yes. Come up. Bring it. Thank you, sir. Thank you so much. Thank you. Please put your hands together for these men that have been so helpful. We love you, appreciate you. Madam Ikazobo, welcome and thank you.
I'm saying to her that she shouldn't throw my father's name away. It's Jarikre Ikazobo. He trained me. Good afternoon, ladies. My name is Daniela, and I head the Lagos Regional Office for Nexim Bank. I'm excited to be here in a room full of women, wonderful women, beautiful faces. They've given me just 5 minutes to do this. So what am I going to be talking about? From a Nexim perspective, I think the title is Accessing Funding and Investment Opportunities, NCDMB, Nexim Bank, BOI Partnership, and other financing options. But obviously, I'll be speaking from the Nexim Bank perspective. Okay, one thing I'd like to start with is this. I always hear, having been in banking for such a long time, I always hear this, that women have difficulties in accessing funding. But I'd like to correct that impression just very slightly, if you don't mind. It's not always about lack of funding, really, for women, because women have all the beautiful ideas. They have the dreams, what they want to do. So the problem, the challenge really, it's about the lack of bankability. That is what the real issue is. And what do I mean by this? So women have the ideas that they want to go into this business, but then before you go into a business, before you start to build a house, for instance, you need to put up a project conversation together. But the mistake a lot of us, myself inclusive, is that we have this beautiful dream we want to go into. We don't first of all sit down to do a real core analysis of what we want to go into. So that way, we then meet stumbling blocks, we meet barricades as we drive along doing that project. So in terms of barriers, what women experience when they come for funding. And I'll speak generally, then I'll talk about the oil and gas perspective from the NCDMB fund that we manage. There's a lot of conversation around collateral constraints. So most women have beautiful ideas, but collateral is always a challenge. The banks, the commercial banks, for instance, would ask you for whatever it is. I mean, we've all been there. So that's a problem. Then sometimes weak project preparation, which is what I've talked about. When you want to go into a project, really, where you are not an expert, you need to get the expert who would give you a total from start to finish. There will be a project coordinator. There's no point going into something that you really don't understand it. Get the experts to have that conversation on your behalf. You own the idea, but in terms of execution, there are people who would drive the execution of that contract, right? Then there's a limited understanding of project finance. And not everybody can understand project finance, really, which is why the experts that you put to run the conversation would handle all of that for you. I remember, this is many years back, and I worked in an international bank then, in a commercial bank. And the person who was the group CEO of the organization, we had a breakfast meeting with him. He said something that was profound that I'll never forget. His training, right, he was a lawyer by training. But here he was leading the largest bank in the whole of Africa as a lawyer. And somebody asked this question, how do you do it? And he said, look, I don't understand finance, neither do I understand balance sheet or IT. But what I have done is to go around the industry, getting the eggheads in these different divisions to come and run the bank for me. What happens is that they give me their thoughts around conversations, and as a leader, I sit down and I make thoughtful decisions. So that is what we need to learn how to do better as women. Women really, really, really need to network. So I'm coming to the fourth point. And when I look at myself, I mean, banking happened to me by accident. I never thought, I studied English literature as my first degree, and I've been in banking now for about 29 years. So, thank you. I never, I remember when I was going through my interview, and the person who interviewed me, I was a youth corper then, said, what are you looking for in a bank? Why don't you go to a school to teach? But why do I say this? It's not about what you study. When you have decided to do something, if you want to play in a field, in the oil and gas field, for instance, networking matters. You must cultivate the art of networking. You see, from where I sit, the men, they support themselves very strongly. And what happens is that by the time we women are getting information on availability of funds, today they tell you that there's funding here, they're supporting women. It's most times almost too late. So we need to keep our ears very, very close to the ground. And how do we do that? You must belong to organizations. You must belong to strong powerhouses that women lead and get information from there. It's very important. I think I'll look at the intervention, and let me stop there because I know I'm very conscious I have just 5 minutes. In terms of interventions, a lot of these projects are really, 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 really capital intensive. There's no point doing it alone. Go into a consortium, get people who will come onto the boat with you for execution. Something that people don't pay attention to but is critical in this space, ESG documentation. You cannot be playing in this space without doing your homework around that and putting all of that in place, okay? For us in Nexim, what we also do from time to time, and I'm happy, I was speaking to one of the executives, we do hand-holding trainings from time to time, and we are always happy to partner with you on how, on sector-specific conversations to drive risk lending. Then, last but not the least, risk sharing. The way the funding, the funding that we manage on behalf of NCDMB works currently, we manage it with, so there's like a tripartite conversation that goes in. We bring in the commercial banks into the conversation. So even though we are Nexim and we manage the fund, we bring in other parties for the benefit of the parties who are coming into the conversation. Do women have opportunities in the business, especially in the oil and gas space? I would say a lot. A lot. But I would like to round up that even though women have these opportunities, women don't really need sympathy capital. That's what I like to call it. They don't need sympathy capital. What they need is structured capital. And as Nexim Bank, we are here to support that dream of yours. I sit out of the Lagos regional office, but we're spread all across Nigeria. So we're in Kano, we're in even as far as Maiduguri, we're in Benue, Calabar. Calabar covers the whole of the southwest. We're in Akure, all of these locations. So it's not just Lagos, but perhaps you say you want to do your transactions through Nexim in Lagos. We operate out of the regional office at Gerald Road. So we're happy to see you, receive your questions. And I'm here till the end of the program, so I'm here with my colleagues. So anyone who has any specific questions you'd like us to address, we're happy to respond to them. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you so much. Thank you very much.
Well, okay. How many of us are going to find her? Good, good. Because sometimes, ma'am, are you ready? They're coming to meet you. Yes. We need guidance. We need the collaboration. We need to get it right so that we get the resources and the access that we need. And we have Madam Daniela Jarikri Ikazobo here, able and ready to hold our hands. Please once again appreciate her for her intervention today. And appreciate Nexim Bank. Thank you very much. This time I hand over to the two moderators who will officiate the rest of the discussion this afternoon. I'd like to welcome Basi Adi, MD Lloyds Marine Services. Please receive her with an applause. You would always find her advocating not only for women, but for the right policies in the marine and energy sector. She's a ship owner and part of the ship, you know now. Yes, she has, please, we're sitting, yes. She has experience in the oil and gas space, the energy space, and she's always front and center ensuring that not just the industry goes forward, but women within the industry. And she's seated now, so please appreciate her presence. Join me also welcome the national president, founder, Nigeria. We are Women in Energy, Oil, and Gas. This woman is a powerhouse. When they are going to see the ministers, the senators, the House of Reps members to push for policy, I already know what she's about to do within this next year, herself and a team of many women that she leads. Please welcome Dr. Oladuni Owo as she comes forward. Author, woman champion, policy champion, trailblazer, and session moderator alongside Basi Adi. Welcome, ma'am. Microphones are working. Just turn them on. Tunde will give us sound from the back of the room. Please test that they're okay. Okay. Yes. So, Basi, over to you first.
Okay.
Good afternoon, everyone. I would like to, I believe, stand on all the existing protocols. And again, I would like to welcome everyone to this very important session. This session, I believe, has been strategically created by NCDMB, especially with the sectoral working group. And I think they deserve a round of applause. The reason why is because, our energy sector is very important. Important in the sense of, it's the heart of basically what our nation does, global competitiveness, etc. And as women, we sit at the center front of that. Now, I just want to share some data with you so that we can just understand why what we're doing is important. So data shows that, women, we constitute 18.2% of roles in the energy space, but only 25.6% of workforce in leadership positions. Women-owned businesses and entrepreneurs constitute less than 2% of energy companies in Nigeria. There's 35,000 of them, and women-owned businesses are less than 2%. And mind you, that 2% is just an ambitious number because it's way less. Women represent 22% of STEM graduates, and only 17% of that are current STEM or early. So you can see that the numbers that I've just presented, highlight three major things. It highlights progression gaps. It highlights ownership and capital gaps for women in business. It highlights a pipeline gap for young ladies in STEM. So I wanted to share that so that we understand that this session is precisely important because it's different. It's not us sitting here or having panelists speaking back, but it's more of a working engagement where as women we have to sit down, discuss critical issues, deliberate on them, and most importantly, come up with solutions that can be implemented in the short term, medium term, and long term. So it is actually significant because today we are actually part of history making. This is the first time this has been done. So I want to stress that so that we understand the opportunity that we have today to actually add value on. So all the thoughts that we think about, all the issues that we have, all the areas that we want to deliberate on, we've divided them into various themes, and I'll just share just the themes as you see on one of the pages in the brochure, which is the first theme, which is maximizing benefits from the PIA and gas. I believe this is very relatable to women in business to understand where the opportunities lie. The second one is accessing funds and investment, again, which is very relatable to women in business. The third one is ensuring technical and managerial capacities for energy transition readiness. I believe that's related a lot to women in leadership and career positions. Building personal resilience and overcoming imposter syndrome in high-risk environments. Again, I believe that could cross-border different groups. And then balancing career demands, etc., with family life. Again, that across groups. So again, I don't know, Madam Dumi, you may want to add something to how it's going to be divided. I believe everyone is going to be divided into various tables, and the different chairs will take on from there. So.
Thank you very much. Please, can we give the pretty lady, can we give her a big fat round of applause? Okay, so like she rightly said, it's the first time we're having this. We designed it in 2014, and we're waiting and waiting. 2024, I keep saying 2014, 2024, and we've been waiting, for today to happen, and I'm so happy and excited that we're holding this session today. Just to give us, let me call it a testimonial. 2018, at a roundtable like this in Houston, Texas, OTC, WEOG was formed, and it was at a roundtable. Businesses, collaboration were formed. Ideas, innovation, people went back to their countries with clarity, call to action. So I want us to take this session very, very serious because it's not just a normal breakout roundtable. we expect that as we all come together to share our expertise, experience, and exposure, there will be miracles, birthing of new business ideas, birthing of new opportunities, sharing of innovations, and so on. So please feel free. All the questions you didn't ask during those other panel sessions, feel free to ask them, but go with the mind that we have a target to go with call to actions, not just one, call to actions that can become a policy, either to the government, to the private sector, or to the public sector, whichever way, and also come with a mindset of catching something that can help to build your personal self or your business or your career as an employee or as an executive of an industry organization. So we are going to break out into 5 tables or 5 sessions. So I think we can do two tables per topic, and you can actually choose whichever one you want or that speaks to your current question or inquiry. The way you divided it,
yes,
I think
okay.
business,
So what we're going to be divided into 3 groups. Just 5 groups, but again, 3 themes, all right? Sorry, 5 themes, but I think reflecting into 3 different groups. So some various themes, like I said, may be tailored to one angle, but you can choose. So we have theme 1, which is the PIA and gas-related theme. That is going to be chaired by Engineer Chichi Emenike, the Acting Managing Director and Gas Asset Manager of Nekonde PLC. So she's on that table, so you can maintain that table for...
No,
do you
please,
want to
chairs,
move?
could you kindly come to the front?
Yes, please.
Yes.
Yes.
Chairs,
So,
please come.
yeah.
Chairs, please come so that we can save time. Chairs,
And-
you already know yourself. Oh, okay.
And then and her second chair would be Ambassador Lucy Okeke, who's the Senior Manager, EHSQ, NMDPRA.
Please, can we give them a big fat round of applause? Ambassador Dr. Lucy Okeke, Dr. Engineer Chichi Emenike.
Yes.
Yes, Nekonde.
And then
NMDPRA.
on theme 2, which will be accessing funding, that will be chaired by Mrs. Fatima Mohammed,
Mrs.
who's
Fatima
the GM
Mohammed.
NCDF, NCDMB.
Okay, Mrs. Fatima Mohammed and the next same team.
And for theme 3, which is enhancing technical managerial capacities for energy transition readiness, that will be chaired by, I believe, sorry? This is 3, enhancing technical and managerial capacity. That is chaired by Mrs. Isioma Martins, who is the General Manager, Tego Energy Limited.
Thank you. Please, can we give them...
And co-chaired by...
These are top executive women. No?
And co-chaired by Mrs. Olubukola Adubi, who's the CEO of Mecoms Cables and the President of the Cable Manufacturing Association of Nigeria. Thank you very much. And we have theme 4, which is building personal resilience and overcoming imposter syndrome in high-risk environments. That is going to be chaired by Mrs. Yetunde Odejobi.
Can we give her a big fat round of applause?
And for theme 5, we have balancing career demands, field work with family. That will be chaired by Mrs. Ngozi. Sorry? Oh, Doris. Mrs. Doris Okwari, NCDMB. Thank you. Yeah, we also have, there are 2 of them as well. Okay, and also I believe Mrs. Asanimo Omezi, the Executive Secretary of WIEN. Is Madam Tolu Lenge here? Okay, I believe we have these wonderful ladies. What I would do is, can they speak for a minute or 2 and maybe talk about, or should we just move to the tables? Okay, I think they can move to the table. So
Okay, so the arrangement is we will merge. We're supposed to have 10 tables, but our chairs, some of them are in transit and some of them are not here. So we'll merge 2 tables. So can we, men in the house, if or she's, please, we are going to need your assistance. So table 1 and these 2 tables here can be table 1. These 2 tables in front here can be team 2. She will tell us what the teams are.
PIA.
So, sorry, I just want to. So, 1, 2. Please,
So
just
team 1 is maximizing benefits from PIA and gas-related programs.
Okay.
So table 1.
Sorry, I can't.
Table 1 will be here. Please. So if you remain on table 1, that means you're going to be in that.
This will be table 3. Please, men, we need your assistance.
It's a working group. Yes. It's a working group, so it's everybody is going to discuss.
Okay, so I understand okay, they said we should not move the tables, we should just move chairs. So please just move chair to your preferred table.
Yes, we have to.
Our section chairs, please can you just take a microphone? Please, each one of you should have a microphone to announce your table.
There are 2 people.
Okay.
Yes, there are 2 people per team, so it's one.
Okay, personal resilience, table 5. They are at the back of the stage.
Okay, but the people have to move too. Because some people.
Work-life balance, table.
Yes.
Okay, team 5.
Okay, so we have table 1. Table 1 with Engineer Chichi. Engineer Chichi. Table 1, yes. Table 1 with Engineer Chichi, which is maximizing benefits on PIA and gas. So if you're interested in the PIA or in gas-related opportunities, that is your table. Table 2 with Fatima. That is Fatima and Rabia from Nexim and the Nexim team. Nexim team, we've invited you to also co-chair that table with NCDF. It is accessing fund and investment opportunities. Apologies.
Beautiful. Please, we have a representative of Dr. Ngozi Oyewole here by name.
Dr. Chichi.
Mrs.
Sorry,
Mrs.
you're on the wrong
Joy
table. So, sorry, this is table 1. Table 1 has 2 tables.
Okay, so they say we should not move the tables, we should just move the chairs. Yes. So please just move your chair.
So each lead is going to announce their table. You're on table 2.
Please just move your chair.
Table 2. Okay, let me give it to you so you announce your own.
Table 2, finance
Can we
and
have more
investment. We're
microphones?
here.
It's technical. We need more microphones.
Table 2, finance and
Table 1.
investment. We're here.
Yes.
Anything finance, investment, funding, this is table 2. There are 2 tables for table 2. Right here with Fatima.
Okay. Balancing career demands, field work with family life. They are behind the stage. You want to balance your career, work-life balance, work-life integration, field life, family life, behind the stage. PIA.
Yes. Table 2, we're here. Finance and investment.
Building
please.
president. Okay. Madam Julie, where's table 4?
No.
Madam, yesterday, where's your table?
PIA.
Okay, this is table 4. We have taken theme 4 here.
Okay, please just move your chair. Don't move
Theme
tables.
4. Theme 4 is on this table. So go ahead.
Building personal resilience and overcoming imposter syndrome in high-risk environments, to be chaired by Madam Isioma. Madam Isioma, where are you? Madam Isioma? Okay.
Sorry.
Okay, sorry. Table team 3 is here. Yeah.
Okay, Madam Isioma, this is theme 3. Theme 3 is over here. Enhancing technical and managerial capacities for energy transition. That's Madam Isioma. Madam Isioma, where's your table? And Madam Olubukola Adubi. Okay. So those 2 tables.
Work-life balance is behind the stage.
You want to know how to go on cruises while on training, how to, work-life balance, field work-life balance behind the stage. They are waiting for you there. Work-life balance. PIA. Okay. Maximizing benefits from PIA and gas-related programs, domestic LPG expansion, auto gas, power generation, etc. Engineer Chichi and Ambassador Lucy.
Okay.
Funding.
Good afternoon,
You
everyone.
want all the money, dollars, pounds, euro, everything. You get it on this table. Assessing funding and investment opportunities. NCDMB, Nexim Bank, BOI partnership, and other financing opportunities. This is the table here. Chair, Fatima, where's your mic? Okay. Okay, please, I hope we've all... Work-life balance. So work-life balance is very important. So please, we need people there that
Finance and investment. We're here.
Work-life balance.
For all the
the
finance
stage.
and investments, you want money, you're a woman in business, you're looking for opportunities. This is the table to be with Nexim Bank and NCDMB on here.
Work-life balance behind the stage. You've worked. You want to know how to play. How to maximize your life better. Work-life balance integration behind the stage.
This is building personal resilience. Okay, building personal resilience. Building personal resilience and overcoming imposter syndrome. Theme 4, table 4 is over here. If you're just coming in, what we're doing is we're having a working session where different people are attached to different themes.
Please, those...
Which one?
And tell them to contribute.
I'm sorry, I don't know if you can hear me. Of course. Okay. So we have a partnership with Nexim Bank where we have children products, which is working capital and...
Okay, thank you very much. Our chairs, please have your microphone. Have your microphone if you need it, just in case you need it.
So for the women in oil and gas, we have $20 million, right, that has been set aside for that fund, while the working capital and capacity building we have $40 million. So for women in oil and gas, obligor limit is $500,000. I think I'll let Nexim do that for you. And then after that, we will now get to know, I will now get to know if you have ever tried to access the fund and then we get to it.
Okay, now that everyone has found their table, just some announcements before we allow you deliberate. This session, as I said, is to stir engagement, deliberate on critical issues, and come up with clear resolutions that can be implemented. So what your table is supposed to do is identify issues, discuss around the problems, come up with resolutions, and then assign the action party and for whom.
Okay. Would this mic not confuse other people? Can you hear me? Good afternoon, everybody. Can you hear me? I don't want to speak too loudly so that we don't confuse the other group as well. Okay, so once again, my name is Bukola Dubi. I am the CEO of Nigeria's... Yes. I'm a cable manufacturer. Right. So I work in the male-dominated space. Just a little tidbit about me. I am also one of 2 female CEOs in that industry. So this topic is actually very key for me. And the topic is enhancing technical and managerial capacity.
Apologies, please. Where's table 5, theme 5? Madam Doris.
No.
Work-life balance. Work-life balance is behind the stage.
Me, sir, I'm joining this session.
Are you giving them time?
Please, what 25 minutes? Okay, good evening. For the chairs, for the sessions, you're not going to use mics. I'll soon stop speaking. You are allocated 20 minutes, 25 minutes for your deliberations, and the time starts now. Thank you.
Okay. Chairs, please recall that we are making the discussion very pragmatic, no theory. Something we can make a call to action immediately. Pragmatic, pragmatic, pragmatic. Solution driven, pragmatic, call to action. New business, new ideas. The next big policy to be formed or to be signed on. Please, no lady should be seated on an empty table. Please join a group. Madam. Madam? Hello, madam. Please touch her. Could you kindly join a group? Nobody sits on an empty table, please. Thank you. Hello. Which team are you? You just came? Okay, just go around the topic and nobody sits on an empty table. Thank you. Thank you. We have just about 20 minutes to do this. Let's bat that new business. Don't mind me. Innovative ideas. Ask that question that's been bugging your mind. some ladies are just hanging. They should stay. Just let's remind them that it has to be no story that matters. You mentioned
NAPC will say, where is your training budget? If you do not have your training budget, they will not approve your money. Such things are normal. So you want people to, and you do not train them. How do you get the best from them? So NCDN is doing so much. PTI is doing so much. Our pension will be in jeopardy if people come after us. So those are the two things I want to say.
Thank you so much, Ma. Can you get your name now? So that we can say, if you want to speak.
So just have a culture that regards people. I mean, just have a culture that regards people. It all boils down to the culture the organization is trying to build. It's all culture based. It's all culture based.
Can I chip in something? There's always that argument on whether people in our industry can actually have work-life balance. So I know there's that work-life balance, work-life life integration. Some have said it's better you just find a way to integrate the whole thing. I hear that from people like Bikwa Woshika a lot. So those are some of the things we might want to, talk about and then present to the House later.
Another thing is, does it also depend on the role that you're playing or your function? So for instance, if you're a technical person who's going offshore, even as a woman, will you compare that with maybe someone who is in HR or someone who is in legal? So people will also want to look at that. And that's actually why I brought Dr. Bilola here. I don't know if you've had field experience as an engineer. It would be nice to hear from.
If you're a technical person, like I said, you need to follow your offshore and all.
You need to make sure that everybody is the right side of the regulation because they are there to ensure. You see, gas, please, everybody should know. Gas is a field that is very sensitive. Safety is very key. Auto gas is another big part of this discussion. Auto gas is what many of us see those cars can move with gas. It's something that you can also try to key into because there are gaping opportunities. The only thing now put them on the table. Anybody that knows anybody anywhere, because we are talking, another thing we try to do as women, those of us that manage remote is we try to drive policies that will benefit everybody. It's not a gender conversation per se. It's a conversation that will encourage the deepening of the use of gas. So, auto gas, for instance, there's a distance. If you encourage people to start taking gas, change, there's a conversion retrofit. Yes, a retrofit like it's called. When you fit your gas and you start using it in your car, buses, buses, there are buses, even commercial transport buses and all that.
Engineer Chichi,
yes, please.
Can I just chip in something? This table is supposed to also focus on PIA, so I think we should have conversation around articles in the PIA that actually, so we should be able to capture possible, because I understand that the PIA is currently being reviewed, so it would be great to have proposed maybe policy improvements, policy adjustment, policy change, so that can be submitted to the National Assembly. It would be great to have that come from here.
So let me see where I started from. And then, like I said, I will pass it over to our people very soon to speak. The PIA is a ruling document. When it came out, many of us, particularly those of us that sit in option, when you have to deal with that document, you find out that it's a document that there are many things that need to change there if the businesses are going to
hope all these points are being taken down. It's going into the communique and we are submitting to the
Please tell
government.
them one of the big problems that we have is multiplicity of fees and agencies. I am doing this, I'm sitting upstream, I'm producing gas. I'm also doing
Downstream.
a CNG project, mother station. I bought trucks, I bought skids. Those kids, do you know I was doing design on it? They just call me, people that are doing it say, Madam, I know you want to be different, you have got to bring big, good pictures. When your truck is moving on the road, it's problem. Like just go and look for one small sign. If you want, I'll show you on my phone. Just look for one small sign like this. I put it because different people, so that by the time the truck leaves mother station in Warri and start heading to Delta, somewhere else in Delta, to go and deliver somewhere,
20 stops.
money on the road. Then the other people will say, so when you finish, don't forget that
multiple toll
the
gates.
unique selling point for gas is its affordability as it relates to anybody that is using HU. That is why gas, when anybody switch to gas, a gas generator is not cheap. So when you are talking to somebody that wants to move to gas, he has a capital expenditure to make in terms of purchasing that gas. However, the trick we use when we're doing delivery, I show you that, sister, if you buy this generator for X amount of millions, let me tell you, in the next 1 year, I will show you how much you're spending on HU. Gas gives you at least 50% saving.
Yeah.
Expansion, pay the bank back faster.
Okay. Just have it. Thank you. Well done. What's the topic of this? Yeah? What's the topic? What's our topic? Okay, energy transition readiness. Okay.
And what do you, if you don't know the problem, how do we start to solve it?
Even when the young lady I brought, the first question she brought me, the first question she asked me, I said, you brought me to this thing. But what is the benefit? If
We have 10 more minutes. We have 10 more minutes to change the world. Energy transition, we have 10 more minutes to change the world. What's this group about again? What's this group about? What's the group about? Resilience. We have 10 more minutes to build that resilience. Yes, 10 more minutes to change the world. Let's go to...
No,
10 more minutes to change the world. Write out your policies, all the funds. Let's go to work life. What tissue in your bag? No, they are still
Okay, there will be Q&A. Presentation.
We have 10 more minutes to balance the life. 10 more minutes to change the world.
And then you now end up training the guy.
Okay. So what are we going to do?
Kind of generic. Kind of. Yeah, well, it's sort of like it still covers it, even though without being specific on it, because I think that whatever it is, it would still flow into it.
Good afternoon, ladies. We have 5 minutes more. 5 minutes. Remember the formats, identify the issues, discuss and deliberate about them, come up with solutions. We want to hear solutions and way forwards and actionable and action parties to drive those solutions.
for primary school. Sometimes they are not in school because they don't have school. So they're not in school because they don't have books. How much
We need to start young.
Yeah, we need to start
To
young
catch
and
them young.
have some intervention programs and intervention.
Especially in the STEM environment.
Very strong.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you.
My name is Excited. So basically, everybody has said put in one or two. But what I want to talk about is when everybody mentioned mentorship. You don't, the gap is this way. Now we're going back to primary school, secondary school, whatever millennials, and give because if you don't pass the baton to those people,
They can pass it on to them. Yes.
So that's
So you should come closer home.
come closer home. So I feel so sailing is kind of a tough job to do with men out there.
As in season.
Yes, season. So basically that gap is already there. When you're there, then you can actually, you're a woman, you're doing like 3 to 5 times what the men do just because you want to be free. And then you're back home, you don't have that kind of balance to transition from one energy to another or do some kind of offshore job. And then the people behind you, what do you tell them? Going through those kind of challenges and the women in front of you are not holding hands to guide you. So what do you tell them? It's frustrating.
Very interesting.
What about mentorship? It's a possible.
Okay, rapporteurs, hope you are capturing the points that will become policies. Yes, so.
I could tell you, you put them on the field. The right excel. I'd even be an A+. So even when we talk about, the men, maybe grade interviews, and we're like, she didn't pass the interview. But trust me, when you practicalize it, she does better. So we should look
that gap as well.
That gap is already there. So it needs to be, because that's where the transition can easily go through.
I was going to say, sorry, when still, I mean, at the end of the day, we can still say that it was all down to mentorship, inclusivity. But I think one key thing is we're not to forget where we started from, where we're coming from. Because I think that's the one thing that we tend to do. So we're excited we've gotten there.
Okay, based on popular demand, extra 5 minutes.
Sorry.
Please, one person will need to present per theme, so please note the points for presentation.
Board, host community, women on the board. My chair said we can do 10 more minutes. Okay. So that point, I want it captured. The points on the women on the board of the host communities. Because I remember the PIA actually made provision for it. However, it's not being practiced. So what are the mechanisms and the strategy? Monitor and ensure that up till now they still NUPRC. Okay.
Do it afraid. I think it's easier done when you have someone standing next to you.
Okay.
They also learn.
Okay. Okay.
Those that are coming right behind her. And then I think that will cover all of the aspects that we're looking at in terms of managerial and technical, whatever it is. Exactly.
Okay, so there is need for that.
That's what she's talking about.
You give us extra 5 minutes.
Yeah. No, yeah.
Technically, the same thing as well. You have all the knowledge up there. Put them forward to just try to attempt. Let them understand that there's no
These people are not talking transition. Please help me interject.
Yeah, so I wanted to just quickly, I just want to,
So we need to start to wrap up.
Yes, please.
Yes.
It's just one last word
Yes,
from me,
ma'am.
and it's a takeaway from me. I think we have really looked at it very critically. Mindset, very key. We cannot take that away. Role modeling, mentoring. But there is one thing I think we missed: gatekeeping. I mean, especially those who have gone ahead of us.
We need to start wrapping up, please. Please remember the format for reporting is number 1, identified issues, the issues that were identified. Please, who's taking notes, should please take notes. Let's hear the discussions around the issues that have been identified. Number 3 are the solutions and way forward to those issues. And number 4, the people that are responsible. So who's the action party to drive that change? Is it individual? Is it government? Is it agency? Or is it private companies? We have exactly 3 minutes, please, to wrap up.
Interested. And like she said, so there is nothing like, oh, I'm undermining her because of anything.
Let's narrow this down.
No, those are the conversations.
Let's make it more professional. What are the issues that we can narrow down? Maybe 3 or 4. Skills gap.
Knowledge transfer.
Skills gap, professional skills gap. Professional mindset. What else?
Can just stand.
Cultural. Okay.
Yes, that's very key. That's one thing we need as Africans.
Remind me again how we talk about this cultural perspective. Okay. Boy versus girl growing up. Okay. Any other major knowledge training?
Training.
Okay. So, what are the solutions?
Work-life balance.
And that would be the solution.
Training solution.
So solution, training, both for these professional skills. Mentorship.
One more minute, please. Let's start wrapping up with action plan and solutions. Let's not just discuss the issues. Let's have way forwards. 1 minute, please, and we're going to bring the informal session to a close. Please take notes. We're going to call one person to make the presentations. Thank you. 1 minute, please.
And again, really, you're not skipping. You're not skipping. You're not jumping. I mean, several so like
Thank you. Thank you very much. I'm sure it's been very engaging and pragmatic, results-oriented, solution-driven, energy transition.
Okay, so next steps, you said something about next steps.
Policy formation, call to action, immediate call to action.
What other next steps do we have?
Just let the cheers.
That's what you were saying. Have more of this kind of.
All right. Thank you very much, everyone. Thank you, ladies, for the wonderful discussions. Thank you for the wonderful deliberations. We have to officially bring this session to a close. Thank you. So without further ado, I'm going to call upon the representative for theme 1, who is going to make the presentations to us. Please to the stage. Please let's give a round of applause for Engineer Chichi Emenike.
Can we have all our chairs?
Can we please move forward? Engineer Chichi Emenike, who is the Acting Managing Director and Gasset Asset Manager for Nekonde. Thank you very much.
All the chairs should just go up. There's no space for them. There's no spaces.
Yeah, please to the stage. Okay, for theme 2, representing theme 2.
What's your title?
Okay, representing theme 2, which is on funding, we have Rabia Wanka, the manager for Nexim Bank. Rabia, please make your way to the stage. Thank you. Thank you very much. Representing theme 3 is Mrs. Isioma Martins, the general manager, Tego Energy. Madam Isioma, please make your way to the stage. Thank you very much.
Please, can we give them a big fat round of applause?
Speaking on behalf of Team 4.
I'm sure the
Are you
session have
ready?
been very engaging.
Madam Yetunde, Mrs. Yetunde Odejobi, please make your way to the stage. Oh, who's... Okay, Engineer Sanimo Omezi, Executive Secretary, Women in Energy Network, please make your way to the stage. Thank you. And
Okay, Team 5, Mrs. Doris Opwari, Manager, NCDMB. Please, can we give her a big fast round of applause?
Engineer Sanimo Omezi, can you please make your way to the stage, please? Thank you. Thank you very much, ladies, for such wonderful deliberations. If you can please just move forward so that we can also participate. If we can fill the tables in front.
Mrs. Doris Opwari, work-life integration, work-life balance. We are time up.
Time up. Thank you. Time up. Time up, Team 5.
Mrs. Doris Opwari, we are waiting for you. Mrs. Doris Opwari, everybody is here. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Please, can we give ourselves a big fat round of applause? I'm sure it's been a very engaging session. Can we give ourselves a big fat round of applause? Across all the tables.
Good evening, ladies. Good evening again, ladies. Are we all here? The discussion has ended for now. We can continue it afterwards. Let's please just be present here because what we're doing today is very, very historic. Thank you very much. So today, the sectoral working group of the NCDMB has given women a voice. A voice today to not only just listen into panels, listen into discussions, but be a part of change. And that is very significant in what we have done in the working group committees. So today, you have engaged as different working committees to come up with solutions. The most important thing is to come up with solutions and actionable plans that can drive change. So today, the representatives of all the designated teams are going to speak to us on what you have all deliberated. It's going to follow the format of the issues that you discussed, identifying them, what were your discussions, what is the solution, and most importantly, who are the parties that are responsible to drive that change. Is it individual on a women level? Is it per companies? Is it a policy issue for governments? So we want to hear back from you. And also, just to let everybody know, everything that we've discussed today will be put in a one-page document that will be shared across. So it was very important that we participate in this. Is the mic on stage? Okay, thank you very much.
All right, good afternoon, everybody. Or is it evening? Yes, good evening. So yes, with my learned friend here, who's luckily enough is from NMDPRA. She works with the NMDPRA. So we spoke to the PIA and the opportunity it portends. Please, can we have one house, please? The opportunities it portends for women specifically. The PIA in itself is the Bible of the industry, okay? And I personally like to describe it as a rolling document, which is a document as we work, as we go. It's almost 300 pages, huh? But from what we've seen, those of us that have dealt with it, it's a document that still requires some work. We dissected it on the table there. For us, principally, we looked at financing, which is available mostly through the infrastructure fund. That finance isn't targeted only towards women. It's available for anyone. However, if women must understand, this is finance that can be acquired at rates that are very competitive, much different. Now, you must remember, now we're talking about this in relation to gas business. Gas, the unique selling point for gas is its affordability as compared to your regular fossil fuel. So it's very important where your financing comes from. You can either deploy this, mostly it's targeted for mid and downstream. So whether you want to go into CNG business, whether you want to do some mini LNG, whether you want to do pipeline, that is where that financing is. And it's available. What we're saying, and okay, so Basi, the note is, the takeaway from this one is we need to see how we can have it targeted towards women, accessing it easier. Now, the lady who was from Nexin spoke about women making sure they prepare. So these are the solutions. We need to come forward prepared. The finance is not, it doesn't sit waiting for anybody. You need to show that it is capital that you are able to access and also pay back. But you also have to show that you have the technical capability for it, that you understand the market. Please, let me say this clearly. For those who do gas business like myself, we understand that you must have a bankable market. In fact, you must establish that market before you can establish the money, in quote, upstream, that investment. Number two, we spoke about the financing as it relates to the host community trust funding. The regulator here understands how we finance those. So I sit on an asset today where I've seen it happen, so I know it works. Okay, so we've paid up until 2024. We will settle 2025 because the host community trust funding is 3% of your OPEX from your preceding year. Now, the important part of that is women need to keep an eye on that financing, and we need to dissect it further to see how is it used in the community towards specific women-targeted projects. From where I sit, I deal with 6 communities. We form 4. Remaining 2, those 2, they're still quarreling amongst themselves. So that's not the problem yet. The problem is the remaining 4, we funded them. We're now trying to work with both NMDPRA and NUPRC to ensure that this finance goes to those women, that we can do better things in that community. Because for us as operators, it means less interference. I remember every other time now and then we used to have communities shut us down, but you see what, now we have peace. Thirdly, we talked about opportunities that lie with CNG and which is compressed natural gas. I guess the way we know it today, there's a lot. I must commend the current administration. A lot of attention has been drawn to CNG business. So women can look at what is available there. There are a lot of incentives. LPG is another one, cooking gas. Lastly, you did ask what will help. So on all fronts, I think this is a personal take, and it has worked severally. On all fronts, let us all try, wherever you find yourself, whether it's in a company, you mentioned company, whether we have so many pro bono groups that many of us belong to, we need to keep talking, but you need to come from an informed position. So whenever you're talking, find the people that I know, partner with the people that I know, get to hear the people that are in the war front, what are they experiencing, and then I must commend whether it's WIN, whether it's at the NGA, APWEN. We keep on moving and talking. We can't keep quiet. Trust me, they're listening. All right? Thank you.
Good evening, everyone. My name is Rabia Wanka from Nexim Bank. So we tackle the issue of access to finance and investment opportunities. So by way of background information, Nexim manages a $20 million fund on behalf of the Nigerian Content Development and Monitoring Board. Now, this fund is available for women-owned businesses operating in the upstream sector of the oil and gas space. The fund size has a single obligor limit of $500,000. It comes at an interest rate of 5% dollar and 8% naira. But we realized that the utilization under this fund has been minimal compared to the working capital and capacity building fund. So we tried to tackle some of the challenges, and the issues we identify mainly surround documentation. So we noticed there's, in terms of financial statements, we have a lot of lack of reliable financial statements being submitted. Also, the issue of access to contracts. A lot of women-owned businesses do not have direct contracts from IOCs or major NOCs, because one of the key requirements for accessing the fund is that you must have a contract, a valid contract with an IOC or a major NOC. And a lot of women usually have challenges in obtaining contracts from IOCs or NOCs. One of the other challenges we identified was sensitization and awareness. We realized that a lot of women in this group don't even know about the fund. If you know about the fund, please, can I see your hands? Okay. But, okay, if you do not know about the funds, can I see your hand? If you're just hearing it for the first time. Okay. All right. Everybody knows about it, but I'm not seeing your applications. Should I be concerned? The contracts. Another issue is issue of collateralization. I know a lot of people have come to us to say, oh, we cannot bring a bank guarantee, or we do not have an all-asset debenture to pledge. And we said it's fine. Once you have a contract, now we can do a structured financing for you, meaning that if you bring your purchase orders from SEPLAT for me to finance, the collateral for that facility will be your receivables from SEPLAT. I'm not going to ask you for a BG or anything. All I need is what we call an ISPO, Irrevocable Standing Payment Order. Now, that ISPO has to come from the commercial bank where your contract proceeds are domiciled. So if your SEPLA contract proceeds is domiciled to Access Bank, you cannot go and bring an ISPO from SunTrust. It won't work. So it has to come from the bank where your contract proceeds are being domiciled. And it's very simple. Once we give you an offer letter, you write to your commercial bank to say, Nexim Bank has given me an offer letter of $500,000 or the Naira equivalent to finance my contracts with SEPLAT. Now, once inflows come in, please remit XYZ amount to Nexim without further recourse to me. Now, the bank will write to us to say, we have received an instruction from our customer to remit XYZ amount to Nexim Bank upon receipt of inflows. We undertake that we will remit those inflows within 48 hours of receipt of funds, subject to the accounts being continuously domiciled in the bank and subject to the accounts being adequately funded and others. So it's pretty straightforward. I think we do have some beneficiaries in the house that have actually used this instrument. And we also have some that are having challenges in getting this instrument. So in that regard, I can say that if you have challenges, please bring us on board. Let us sit with your commercial bank, educate them, sensitize them, and handhold them so that we'll be able to get that document out. Also, what we are planning to do is to relaunch the fund. So in partnership with NCDMB as well as other women groups, we're looking at the possibility of relaunching the fund. We're also looking at the possibility of increasing the fund size. And this is an ongoing discussion, which is subject to approval, of course. I think also one of the issues is we discussed the need for advocacy for downstream funding for women. Now, I know there is a fund being warehoused with NMDPRA, or the gas infrastructure fund, exactly. So we need to look at the possibility of having women-owned companies to be able to access that fund. So these are some of the issues discussed and the solutions provided. Thank you.
Good evening, everyone. So I was on the table discussing theme 3 with Mrs. Olubukola Adubi. We were talking about enhancing technical and managerial capacities for energy transition readiness. And, well, just to quickly go, I've been given 5 minutes. I don't know I'm going to do this. But generally, issues are not new to us in terms of what was discussed when it comes to,
technical and managerial capacities of women generally within the energy transition space. So skills gaps, professional skills, communication skills, and then also recently technology skills that we found are gaps. Mindset, fear, doubt, imposter syndrome, also the cultural perspective, where you find that naturally boys from the early age are groomed to be bold, are groomed to be, ready to just take on roles even though they're not prepared for it, are groomed to believe that, you just have to be prepared, you can't fail, where girls are not really pushed forward into those kind of scenarios, but I don't know if the word to use is, sheltered. And then, grow up not believing that they can do certain things that they actually will find that they can do if they're given the opportunities to do that. So really all of these issues were what we found to be the gaps, within that space. And another thing was, or a solution, one of the solutions for that would be that we as women, especially those of us who see ourselves more higher up or as leaders within the industry, need to remember that we have younger ones behind us looking up to us to encourage and to guide and to help. From experience, I've learned that experience is the fastest way to learn. It's not about going into the classroom or going into a training room or going for a course, but being able to actually experience these roles. I think that is the first thing that helps to combat that fear or that imposter syndrome that most of us, have had to deal with, and that we found that a lot of other younger ones are dealing with. So training, mentorship, gatekeeping, trying to develop the school curriculum from secondary level to have all of these skills, taught and brought to the fore so that they can be better prepared. Because Ms. Adubi mentioned that in her own experience, she noticed that when you have, graduates coming to the company, even though you have on their paper that they have this theoretical knowledge, they don't have any technical knowledge, but they see themselves as technical people. And so if we can start early, just in training or making them more aware of STEM courses, not only boys and girls as well, we might be very, very close to closing that gap in terms of, the technical side of it and professional side of it. But when it comes to managerial, when it comes to leadership, we believe that that has to be hands-on. We believe that that has to be we as women leaders being more intentional to be inclusive with other women. We being ready to share the spotlight, we being ready to handhold, we being ready to, walk the talk. So when you're telling someone to do it afraid, let them also know that you did it afraid. Let's have more forums where we're able to discuss our own challenges, our own failures, how we overcome them, because that is the way that they can see that these things really happen, that there's nothing wrong with them. People have ideas, they're a little bit shy to, share them, even though in the room, they may be the ones that have the brains. But with guys growing up, 10% ready, you don't even know exactly what we're talking about, but they, mind my language, they BS their way through the whole, situation and things like that. So I think in summary, we're not really going to mention any institution. Like Basi said, I think this is a more individual thing to ourselves as women to be more aware, more self-aware, and more intentional about the ladies that we have behind us, the ladies that we have in our teams, and then even the younger ones coming, so that they themselves also know how to carry the ones behind them, carry them along as they are also progressing in their roles. Then also to be bold enough to advocate for some of these things within our companies. One of the ladies with us, Mrs. Abiola, mentioned during her time that there were a lot of trainings going on within her company. I can't remember the company that she mentioned, and that training budgets were very, very important for you to get approvals for certain projects and certain, funding. But it seems like that is not really happening right now. So if we can try to advocate for, more training within our companies, to advocate for it to be done for, our staff and the younger team, then we will be closer to closing that gap that we find within the energy space. So I think in summary, that is what we discussed on our table. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening. There's a bit of intertwining between this topic. We looked at building personal resilience and overcoming imposter syndrome in a high-risk environment. So in my team, we summarized the causes around nature, nurture, and environment. So those were the causes, ranging from trauma, inferiority complex, self-doubt, social norms, experience, insecurity, siblings, rivalry, and the rest. So quickly, again, it's a personal thing. It's a case of a mindset shift, right? We need to overcome these norms that we came with and be bold to take the next step. Because somebody said in this event that it's step to progress. What was it? Practice make perfect. And you don't practice, you cannot stand and not practice. You have to move to practice. So pretty much we said that we need to be very introspective and have a coach and a mentor. It's critical to unhold us. And if we have not done, we should today identify a coach. And coach, mentoring, I always say to my colleagues is that you don't have to connect to your physical mentor. You can identify a role model and follow that person and emulate the characteristics that you like. That's mentorship. Yeah? So it's all about us at the end of the day, and I'm really talking to the younger ones. So we need to read, have a very high appetite of reading and research to understand, because knowledge is key. Competence was the overarching element for this. You know, the level of competence you have really dictates your comfort in any environment you find yourself. So again, the religious one said we need to be inspirational. You need to have affirmation statement daily, saying positive things about ourselves. And then one key thing they said that there must be a continuous personal development. There's no end in that. That is very key, you know, continuous personal development. And we believe that if, as individuals, we need to push ourselves. And somebody, I like this when he said Sorosoke, that we need to learn to speak up. Because if we are not heard, how can we get help? So a lot of us are shy, and because of our incompetencies or our fear, let me borrow my sister's word, our fear of failure. So telling our stories also to help our next generation, and not only success stories. We need to present our mistakes and all the banana peels we slipped on and how we got up and cleaned up and continued. So it's a story of encouragement. We need to continue and be intentional about growing that community. So this event should not be a one-off because it brings everybody together. It's not about we all, it's not about when, it's not about our point, it's about women. And the truth is that we have the same issues wherever sector we find ourselves. And it's not about private sector or public sector. It's about women. So I think it's a challenge. This is what I'm putting back action to the sectorial working group of NCDMB. I think you're the umbrella to drive this. It falls back to you. So we need to make these engagements more deliberate and more often so that today has been fun for me and it's been also learning for me. And also, really, the warmth that women community bring is amazing. We might step out and bite ourselves, but when we come together, I think there's something that we'll learn and that takes us to the next level. So we should encourage that. So, Madam Alero, that's for you. And so we believe that for organizations, there needs to be a structured support system for women's growth in any community we find ourselves. The experiment we gave on our table was that you're just given responsibilities and you're dropped in the middle of an ocean. So you struggle, you swim, you drown, no savior. So I think there should be a deliberate support system for growth. Because like we all have said, the causes here, we are pampered from our nature. So we're not asking for too much pampering, we just need a support that will enable us to grow in this cruel environment that we found ourselves. All right? So, yeah? Yes, we like soft life now. We're soft. And God made us soft, so we don't want to lose that softness. Okay? So, I mean, that's the summary of what we think. A lot of it is us, and I think that's what we need to go back with. Nobody's going to hand over anything to you for free. So the work is yours, and we must brace up to it and use the support that you have in associations, in organizations, women groups. I'm happy that NMPC has followed that line, so I'm sure that every oil company will have women groups. That's how we are.
Thank you.
Right? Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you very much, Madam Asanimo, for that. And I just want us to, I'm going to come back to everyone because I want us, from everything that you've discussed and shared, I need us to share one. I know. I'm coming back to them. That's why I'm giving them a heads up. I need us to share one action point. You know, from what you were sharing, there were a lot of discussions, but we need to know what's the action, what's the call to action. So I'm going to come back to everyone. So thank you, ma. No worry, you were not left behind.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. Good evening, ladies, again. We're at the backstage, and our talk was on balancing career demands with family life. My name is Joy Onyebuchinweke. I'm representing Dr. Ngozi Oyiwole. We all know that this topic concerns everybody seated here today. And we know that it's not an easy topic. It's really a tough one when we have to now look at it from the perspective of field work. So we know that, I would say that it's not really a walk in the park. It is something that is intentional that we women should look into. So at our deliberation, we looked at the human aspect, the hurdles that the human aspect poses, because the women are usually afraid when they have children that they're going to lose their job, they're not able to deliver properly, and we looked at policies from marriage to childbirth. We looked at the fact that there should be reforms, in that space where companies, organizations should, collectively look inwards that, look, yes, before she became a mother, she was delivering. But now in this space, a lot of, things happened. And we looked at the fact that companies should be flexible. They should create, because flexibility will make the woman to be more productive. And of course, we looked at the fact that we're actually a family-based culture people. And we said that in that space, that we should borrow a leaf from within, especially with the company understanding us, and that also brings productivity. And we looked at the fact that we should remember that in all we're women. We're not competing with men. That's the way God has made us. And I'm very glad that we brought some solutions, that we should share challenges, that we should schedule, I just said that we should schedule a family meeting. Why do I say that? We should understand that once our families support us, maybe the office too, with good relationship with your boss, it will really play and, give you a heads up in the desire, ambition that the woman is posing in her career. We discussed the fact that employers should have committee where they handhold, where they, like a safe haven, where they come together and discuss their issue. Not forgetting that these policies, we should drive it, that we're a country that is culture-based, and that government should look into that towards enforcement. But I want to say in all, the first policy of Mr. President has actually put us in that space. And as such, I think I'm going to say that we should not just talk alone. We should look at areas that we can work with Mr. President's policy that, to make sure that we take him. We challenge him and say, Mr. President, you said that your first policy is for women, for family. How would women come? What do you have for women in that space? And that was basically what we discussed in this space of a balancing career in our workplaces. Thank you.
Much. For those of you who don't know, President Bola Ahmed Tinubu declared 2026 as the year of the family and social development. So that is showing that women are priority in this administration. Please let's give him a round of applause. And I'm just going to roll back again with one call to action. So we've discussed, we've talked, what is the one thing that can be done now and implemented to drive change? Just one or two.
Yeah, please, I beg
One.
my co-moderator and myself, she said one, but I think we should make it two. So it's just to ensure, number one, the host community trust funding that we spoke about, that whilst we monitor, so as operators, we monitor it with NUPRC. So can NCDMB Secretariat please take note that we need to keep an eye on that finance and ensure that it's intentionally used, utilized for women and even children by extension. I've gone into those creeks myself severally, and you can just tell that these people, we need to behave like Nigerians, Nigeria for Nigerians or Nigeria, I don't know how to say it. We need to be very intentional. The second one would be, I think, even Lucy, would be around the finance, accessing the finance. Pardon? Accessing the finance. What did she say? What you say? You say? Okay, so give her the mic. Okay, so the second one, Lucy, my opinion would be the midstream financing, to also make sure that we can hammer that they make this accessible to women that are not competent, but people who have shown that they can use the money for what it is. You know, just let's be more deliberate about that. So those two would be for us. And then please, you can highlight further.
Okay, so thank you very much. I think we need to hit the nail on the head. The host community development trust governance framework does not really include women. So we have the board of trustees and we have the management committee. So how many women do we have within that governance framework? So what we want NCDMB to take back is that we need to keep an eye on the governance framework and representation of women, because it's only when we have women that we can drive those projects to projects that represent women. So I just wanted us to please take that down. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. Just to summarize from theme one, we have 2 action points. Number 1 is the host community development fund and ensuring that, you know, the access to those funds, right, are clear and they are utilized for women. The second point is on board representation to ensure that we have adequate women on those boards to drive change. Thank you very much. Drive those change and projects. So we've gotten 2 action points from theme 1. Thank you very much. Can we give theme 1 a round of applause? Thank you. Okay, theme 2. 2 action points. Let's go.
Okay. Well, I have one, I think. Ours is to increase awareness and sensitization with the support of NCDMB and all the women groups here. So why did I say support of all women groups? When you're having meetings, please invite us. We're happy to come to sensitize the women. If you want us to come for a master class to handhold the women on how to prepare bankable transactions, please invite us. We'll put them through on how to prepare bankable proposals to be able to access the funds free of charge. We're happy to come anytime. Thank you, guys.
Can I ask a quick question? Have you guys financed any gas projects, like those low-hanging fruit gas projects?
We haven't. It's just upstream. Yes, upstream. However, in the upstream space, if you have a contract to supply, let's say, gas to a shell, we're happy to do that. Yes.
I'd like to add to that. One point is sensitization. It's English. And then the next point I would like to add is access to equitable opportunities and contracts for women-owned business. Reason is because if women don't have the contracts, nobody's going to apply for your fund. For now. So that's an NCDMB action point.
Okay. One call to action. I think it would be, since Asanima also mentioned that our topics sort of like overlap or interlock, and then we've also come to the conclusion that in terms of the technical and managerial gaps that we've seen, we can start inwards, right, before looking for help outward. And as Asanimo said, it's not about the associations here, we're all women. So I think the call to action for me, I don't know if Mrs. Adubi can see me, to give a concurrence, would be to, ask the SWG to maybe be more intentional in terms of the forums that we can have to activate the relationships that we're saying we need between, the older generation and the younger generation to help them have access to this one-on-one experience that can help them build on these gaps that we've seen. One person also mentioned that even as much as they have access to trainings or they see or know about trainings, they can't afford to attend those trainings because, they are new entrants, graduates, and so if through the SWG under the NCDMB can have rebated training programs for courses that the younger generation can have access to, either through the different associations or just directly through NCDMB. I think that'll be one good thing to do. So I think I've landed with two things now. So rebated trainings, and then more intentional about having forums like this where we can share, where we can interact with one another so that they can learn directly from us. Mostly so that they are able to build that confidence, able to stand up and take on roles and challenges that normally they will be afraid to do.
Thank you. Thank you very much. So just to recap, that's more trainings, more access to trainings, and more meetings such as this. And this is driven by the sectoral working group to create more platforms such as this so we can discuss more. Okay, thank you. Subsidized trainings, okay.
Yeah. Okay, like we know, it's us. So it's putting ourselves out there to support the next generation. That's the call to action, and is to challenge the SWG team to create fora that can happen. There's one interesting one going to happen tomorrow. So we need to embrace those kind of events. And they've also set up a mentoring cycle where they've called for mentors. So we need to put ourselves out there and be intentional and devote that time to cultivate the next generation. So it's just to ensure that is a continuous thing. It's not an event. It's a continuous thing that is enabled to attract what we want to achieve. And I would say for the institutions is to have a support structure for women's growth because we're different. So I think intentionally there should be a special management. It's not bring down standards, but it's to manage our dynamics. And like you said, that there are times when you were performing before you started your nature cove. So that should not be forgotten. And I know that we're advocating earlier on that IOC should front load preparations for young women when they're single before their late 20s. So that by the time they get married, they have attained a lot of their trainings and are competent to take on managerial jobs that can do flexible work to support. So those are the two really. The two are the mentorship, which is already happening. So that's already acting. But the next one is to enable the support system for women's growth in institutions. SNB.
Okay. Thank you so much. So my own call to action would be that just to encourage the women not to be tired. We should not get tired because we know we've been talking. And if from the speakers on this stage earlier on, I heard them say that it was not like this before. So that means we're getting somewhere. It might not be in my time, but I'm making it for my children and my grandchildren. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Can we please give a round of applause to these distinguished ladies that have represented and everybody that has contributed. Please, let's give yourselves a round of applause. Thank you. Dr. Duli can close out.
Amazing. Please, can you just give a big fat round of applause for each of these ladies? I'm sure, because the hall is still like 90% full, so it shows that the sessions were really engaging. Please, can we also give ourselves a big fat round of applause? We have come to the very end of this session before we hand over back to the main moderator. But I'd like to just say one or two things to some of the call to actions that you have assigned to NCDMB. There is a platform on the NCDMB website that is called the NJQS. Hello? NJQS. So when you register on the NJQS, anytime they have any training whatsoever, or anytime there is a contract for those that are business owners. So you can either register as an individual or you can register as a business. Anytime there's a training or any industry opportunity, you will receive that opportunity in your email. And I know several people had actually gone on some of such trainings, both within their states and outside their states, fully sponsored by NCDMB. So can we give NCDMB a big fat round of applause? So let's just all ensure, please just go to www.ncdmb.gov.gov/JQS. Please register. It doesn't take more than 15 minutes. Put your passport, photograph, and all that, and then register. At least start registering as an individual. And for those of you that are business owners, try and also register as a business. And the other points that were highlighted, please, you would kindly help submit those papers so that we can actually collate. Yes, please, if you could kindly help us type it out. We'll put it on the group chat and then see how we can convert it to a working communique that we can then send to the different responsible parties, including the government. So it's been fantastic. It's been very engaging, right from the dry run pilot session we had yesterday. Thank you very much, ladies. Thank you. We appreciate you. Please, could you kindly...
Thank you to our moderators. You've done very well, have they? Please appreciate them very warmly. We are grateful to our speakers. Thank you. If you want to sit here till the end of the evening, you can. Why are you running? Please take a group photo. Take a group photo.
Please, the other chairs that are not on the, please come. Yeah, Mrs. Okeke, Mrs. Adubi, Mrs. Alade, Yetunde. Please, could you kindly join the team? Doris, please. Please, can we give them all? These are the people that work from the fronts. Please, can we give them a big fat round of applause? Let's spread out. Madam Michelle, can we have you? A big fat, big. Tall. Round of applause.
Can they all fit up here? Yes. Please, one step forward. Yes. Steps. Yes. Thank you. Yes. Easy. Very easy. All right. Okay. You're fine there. Ma, you're fine there. Just stay. Yes. Okay. Who am I not seeing there? Okay. All right, please smile, look at the camera. Which camera are they looking at? Who are they looking at? Who? Okay, so look at them and say, we made it. We will make it again. And we will continue making it. That's it. Thank you so much. Dr. Alero Onosode is already on stage. To all who were on stage just now, the session leaders, please drop your submissions in the WhatsApp group. Please drop your submissions in the WhatsApp group. May I have everyone's attention? May I have your attention? May I have your attention? The chairperson, the Nigerian Consultative Sectoral Working Group, who leads this charge, is back on stage. At the start of the day, we saw her. At the end of the day, she's here again to give off our closing remarks. If you can hear the sound of my voice, please put your hands together for Dr. Alero Onosode. Thank you.
Thank you. Please give yourselves a round of applause.
I must say that today has been a truly remarkable day. I think from beginning to the end, and I think this last session was a good cap on the start of the day. And I think before I go further, I'm not thinking. The best thing to do before I go further is to say a big thank you to the one who has pulled it all together. And I want to say thank you once more to you, Michelle. Thank you so much to you and to the team that has been working this. It's been many years in the making, but you pulled it off. I want to say thank you to the members of the committee. Where is Chioma? Where is Chioma? Can you please help me celebrate Chioma? She has been the engine and pulling all the hard work. Please let them see you. You know that's what we just discussed. That we don't hide. Please celebrate her. I'm truly grateful, Chioma, because you started this journey with us in the middle. But like the women were describing, she took it all on. And she brought it to an end. Very well done. Really proud of you. And to the other members of the committee, Dr. Duni, I think you're the only other one that is in the room. The others are in diaspora, but they've been working at the back end in terms of making it happen. So I would like to say thank you to Priscilla and Margaret. That is also the power of technology. Technology doesn't we are not limited by space. Wherever we are, we're able to make contributions to this work. But I think as we go forward, I would like to recap very quickly what we have heard from the beginning of the day. And I'll just be speaking to a few of the key points. Can we have one meeting? I promise you I won't take more than 5 minutes. Ladies, 5 minutes. Just give me 5 minutes. We'll all be out of here very shortly. I just want to say that from the beginning of the day, with the special advisor to the president, Mrs. Oluvahayan, we already saw that there was an open invitation to collaborate. So she gave us the invitation to work with them in terms of ensuring that we do have systems in place that allow us and policies that allow us to ensure that we advance the participation of women. I think the bit that we've all established is that we've made some progress. But the progress we have made appears to be per chance. It depends on who is in the seat. But for us to get consistent improvement across board, we need systems and policies in place. And that was an open invitation that she gave to us, which was again seconded by Mrs. Eyesan as we looked at, as she talked about her journey and the need for us to come together. And again, an open invitation to work with us on this agenda. So clearly we have the support that we need to drive this work going forward. And as we looked at the conversations that we had in the room, it was also clear that having those structured inclusion programs, ensuring that we advocate within our organizations, ensuring that we support each other. You know, we always talk about opportunities, but I think the conversation has also opened our eyes to the areas of learning that is important for our preparedness. So as we go forward, it's important that we take issues of personal learning very seriously. It's important that we take issues of mentoring and coaching very seriously, that we do identify the right sponsors to help us drive this agenda. But I think one of the other key things I took away, particularly from our male counterparts, is recognizing that we do work on ourselves, but our male colleagues also need help. They need help understanding our journey. They need help understanding the ways in which they can help us. So those pieces around making sure that we're clear around our advocacy is extremely important as we drive this conversation going. I think we did talk about the fact that we shouldn't wait to be invited. We need to be chatting our part and getting our seat at the table and rising with the confidence that is required to get us forward. A key thing that we've also discussed is recognizing that this is not just about those of us in the room. It's as important that we ensure that we build the capacity and the pipeline to take this story forward. So as we invest in ourselves, it's important that we ensure that we build that pipeline going forward. We also talked a lot, and I'm glad about the last piece of the conversation when we talked about the financing and ensuring that the money is available. Not all that we need, but we have some money available. But the key thing is who can access the money and how do we access the money. And I think from all the conversations, I'm going to take Nexim Bank up on that offer to run the master classes. I'm going to take Ms. Kentebe Oluwakayode up in terms of providing the opportunities and also discuss with her about how we make sure that we prepare ourselves, understand how do we compete and win in the world that we're in. So we will be looking to pull together a proper master class for those who are interested to ensure that we know how to put our contracts together and we know how to access the funding that we require to drive this going forward. And then I also like a lot of the conversation, and that speaks to the advocacy in the businesses. We established that we now have more senior women at the table. The key thing is, what are we doing with our seats? For each and every one of us at the table, we become the ambassadors of the cause of advancing women. And so looking to yourselves, Patricia, ensuring that those performance targets are being driven, ensuring that the well-being of women who are in the field is top of the agenda of the organization, are the things that we continue to look to our women folks who are holding those seats to help us drive. So a lot of things that we have discussed. I think for me the highlight was this last session, because the things that stick the most are the things you were part of creating. So it's not just what was said, it was that in those conversations, you also identified the truth of what was said, but you took it a step further in terms of understanding what can we do about it. And so I really do hope that as we pull the communique together, that we can count on how we all rally together to really drive this agenda forward. I've had a very exciting day. I hope the same has been for yourselves, and I want to say thank you for coming, but most importantly, I must say thank you to NCDMB. It's not easy funding these conversations year in, year out. And so I would like to ask Sonia, please, ensure the ES gets our gratitude. We do not take it lightly. And Tasala, please make sure that Mr. Ene gets our gratitude. We are deeply grateful, and to the entire NCCF team, they were all here to support us and cheer us on. I really want to say thank you. Bisoye is not in NCCF again, but he's our he for she. He remains our sponsor. He's been with us from the beginning, and he stayed from beginning to the end. Abisoye, I'm deeply, deeply grateful for your wisdom. He's quiet, he's wise, and he gets things done. And so he's an ally that you definitely want in your camp, whatever the case. And so to all the ladies in the room, for those of you who have stayed to the very end, I want to say congratulations. Because at the end of this, we come up with a charge of forging ahead together. And when we commit to go together, we're also guaranteed to win. So I'm congratulating you in advance for the new grounds that we will conquer together, even as we commit to enhancing not just our participation, but the sustainable future for energy in Nigeria. God bless you. Have a pleasant evening. Enjoy the rest of the week. And do make sure you celebrate International Women's Day. We do deserve to be celebrated for all the hard work you have put in. God bless you once more. Thank you. Okay. And did I say thank you to Joyce? Did I? Thank you. Thank you so much. She's done an amazing job today. I'm really proud of you. Very well done. Greater things ahead. And tomorrow, is everybody coming tomorrow? No, I will announce that. Okay.
But before you leave, ma, we'll take a group photograph here with all the women from NCDMB. Please join up on stage with our chair, Dr. Alero Onosode. Thank you so much, ma'am. There's a QR code on screen. I think they're quite a number, so NCDMB women. There's a QR code on screen. Yes, please rate our MC, Joyce Daniels. So please scan the QR code and give 5-star review only, 100%. No, but please rate, so please rate it. Please go there and it helps. It does help. NCDMB women. Fatima, Chioma, Basira, Amanda, Doris. Yes, thank you. One step to the right. Everybody, one step to the right. Yes, thank you. Smile and say NCDMB. Yes, thank you. He for she, please join in now. No, he's coming now. First one was for women only. Thank you. Grateful much. Tomorrow, we're here bright and early at 8, arrivals, networking, and at 9 a.m., the session for day 2 starts. For as many as are to be here tomorrow, we look forward to seeing you bright and early. Safe journey home. See you soon. God bless.